back then, pork chop nationalism, the Panther Party as well called it that. Some have even sought on social media to cancel you, and the lived experience and the sacrifices of radical socialists and the revolutionary movement within the Black and brown communities. I'm wondering your thoughts on that. I've heard you speak on it, I think, at a forum in Germany recently.
Well, yes. Yeah, I'm very disappointed that we don't have a more capacious public understanding of what it means to stand up against racism. That racism is the very foundation of this country, based on colonialism and slavery. And that means, in the very first place, it is important to recognize the connections between indigenous people and people of African descent. It is not possible to tell the story of people of African descent in the Americas without also telling the story of indigenous people. I think that when we engage in serious conversations with young people who really want to learn, they begin to get it. They begin to recognize that we can't work with these narrow assumptions about blackness and who counts as black. And the efforts to dismiss what is often referred to as political blackness. And of course, Du Bois taught us so many decades ago that the reason for identifying connections and relationalities among African people and people of African descent has little to do with the biology or genetics of blackness, but rather has everything to do with struggles against imperialism, everything to do with global struggles for a better world. But of course, we continue those conversations, and I'm actually impressed by the fact that increasing numbers of people are recognizing how important it is to have a decolonial or anti-imperialist perspective. If we did not expect to have abolition become a central element of public discourse during the early part of the 21st century, and it has become that, then I think we can be a little more optimistic about the possibility of encouraging people to think more critically about the future struggles against racism.
Angela, I wanted to ask you about this latest news. The North Dakota's Republican governor, Doug Burgum, has signed legislation banning the teaching of critical race theory. So public schools are now barred from teaching students that, quote, racism is systemically embedded in American society. Critics say the law could ban the teaching of slavery, redlining, and the civil rights movement. Even discussion of the law that was just passed is now prohibited in North Dakota's schools. And you see this happening across the country. I see Democracy Now! And overall independent media. One of its powers, aside from assuring that there's a forum for people to speak for themselves, is bringing historical context to everything. So when we talk about you today in 2021, you constantly go back in time and you look to the future. You talk about the struggles of the 60s and what's happening now. What about this movement, this against education in America?
Well, Amy, I think that what we are witnessing at this moment is a profound clash between forces of the past and forces of the future. The campaign against teaching critical race theory in schools. First of all, critical race theory is not taught in high schools. And I wish more critical race theory were taught at the university level. But critical race theory has become a watchword for any conversations about racism, any effort to engage in the education of students in our schools about the history of this country and of the Americas and of the planet. Any discussions about slavery as the foundational element of this country are being barred according to the proponents of removing, quote, critical race theory from the schools. But let's not be misled by the term they are using. What we are witnessing are efforts on the part of the forces of white supremacy to regain a control which they more or less had in the past. I think that it is absolutely essential to engage in the kinds of efforts to prevent them from consolidating a victory in the realm of education. And of course, those of us who are active in the abolitionist movement see education as central to the process of dismantling the prison, as central to the process of imagining new forms of safety and security that can supplant the violence of the police.
And Angela, I'm wondering if you could talk about the growing threat of fascism and authoritarianism here in the United States. Clearly, the January 6th events, I think, were a wake-up call to those who hadn't awakened during the period of the Trump presidency. But the signs, not only in the United States, but in much of Western Europe, are that the right-wing fascist and right-wing populist movements and fascist movements keep growing. Your sense of how progressives and radicals can unite to beat back this tide here in the United States?
Well, of course, fortunately, we did manage to evict fascism from the White House. But I think that people are often a little too short-sighted and assume that by evicting the forces of fascism from the White House, that we had consolidated a victory. No, this is simply a skirmish, as Gramsci might point out, that we need to continue the effort to challenge fascism that, of course, relies on racism in this country and white supremacy as the ways in which it expresses itself. There's Brazil, of course, and we see continuing efforts to challenge, what the terrible forces of fascism have done in that country. I would suggest that here in the U.S., if we are serious about being victorious over fascism, that we have to have an internationalist perspective. We can't simply focus on what is happening in Washington. We can't simply focus only on our domestic issues. We have to have a greater understanding of what is happening in Brazil, in the Philippines, in South Africa, in Palestine, throughout Europe. And of course, this is why we need democracy now. Democracy now helps us to place our own domestic issues and struggles within the context of a of global battles against fascism, against climate change, especially against climate change, against racism. We're becoming aware that racism is not primarily a U.S. phenomenon, not primarily a South African phenomenon. It has infected our global atmosphere.
You know, you mentioned Palestine, Angela, and in 2019, you were very excited when the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute announced that you were going to get the Fred Shuttlesworth Human Rights Award. I mean, you come from Birmingham, and you are returning home, and it was going to be this big celebration. So we ended up following you back to Birmingham, but this was after the Institute rescinded the award, reportedly due to your activism around Palestine. I mean, this became a major brouhaha. In the end, thousands of people, and we covered this whole journey you took, came out to the convention center to hear you speak, to show their support. The Institute was disgraced. People resigned from the board. Ultimately, they reversed their decision. And you did get the Fred Shuttlesworth Award. I mean, it was an amazing series of months, what happened. And I was wondering if you could talk about that and advice you have for others who've come under attack for their support of Palestine. Well,
yeah, Amy, that was actually an incredible experience, and I'm so excited now about the attention that Palestine has garnered in a place like Birmingham, Alabama. So many of the people who became involved in the effort to contest the decision of the board of the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute were not necessarily familiar with the struggles in Palestine, but in the process of recognizing that everyone deserves the attention of human rights activists. One cannot be in favor of human rights with the exclusion of certain communities or certain struggles or certain countries. And so I'm excited to recognize now that people who were not necessarily involved in the campaign for justice in Palestine have joined that movement. Black people, Jewish people, and as someone who's been involved virtually all of my life in struggles around Palestine, I'm as difficult as things remain, and we see the evictions continuing to take place. We see efforts to consolidate the rule of the Zionists, both there, both in the region and throughout the world. But at the same time, there is, I think, more hope than we have experienced ever in the struggle for justice for Palestine. More people who are involved. And so at first, I was so disappointed when I discovered that they were rescinding that award. But now, I think in many ways that was a gift, because that generated conversation, and it generated renewed reflection, collective reflection on the absolute importance of focusing on justice for Palestine.
And we'll be back with scholar and activist Angela Davis in 20 seconds.
Say, say, say. Say, say, say. Say a prayer for me. Strange fruit come down off that tree. Cut it down under your feet. Juicy fruit.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. As we return to our conversation with Angela Davis, the world-renowned abolitionist, author, activist, and professor, I interviewed her with Juan Gonzalez.
Speaking of reflection, you've been on Democracy Now! To talk about President Obama. You've been on to talk about President Trump and then the Biden campaign as well. And you said in 2020, I do think we have to participate in the election, but noted that in our electoral system as it exists, neither party represents the future that we need in this country. So here we are now, 1 year into the Biden presidency, the battles over these various huge stimulus programs, including now Build Back Better. The progressives are battling over what they should do if the Build Back Better program is further eviscerated. Your counsel to radicals and progressives about how they should deal with the Biden administration?
Well, you know, those of us who voted for Biden and Harris did not do so because we expected to follow them as leaders in our struggle. We could have predicted this moment now, but I think that what we have learned, especially since the mobilizations of the summer of 2020, is that history does not change because a few leaders here and there decide to take particular positions or decide to, pass bills. And of course, I'm not at all trying to minimize the importance of electing progressives and radicals to both to Congress and to local office. I'm not at all disparaging that, but what I am saying is that in order to make real lasting change, we have to do the work of building movements. It is masses of people who are responsible for historical change. It was because of the movement, the Black Freedom Movement, the mid-century Black Freedom Movement, that Black people acquired the right to vote, not because someone decided to pass a voting rights act. And we know now that that victory cannot simply be consolidated as a bill pass, because there are continual efforts to suppress the power of Black voters. And we know that the only way to reverse that is by building movements, by involving masses of people in the process of historical change. And that holds true for the current administration.
Angela, we're still in the midst of the pandemic, and I'm wondering how it affected you over this past year and a half. As you talk about movements, it's so often it's people gathering, whether we're talking about the critical resistance conferences, the mass protests in the streets after George Floyd was murdered by the police. There were mass protests in the streets even during the pandemic, of course, but if you can talk about just personally what this meant for you, and if you feel like we've learned something, everything from respecting science, and that goes not only from talking about vaccines, but to climate change, the issue of vaccine inequity in the world, emphasizing those who have and those who don't have in so many ways, but then also personally, how you got by.
Well, Amy, I'm actually very fortunate in that I live in California. I live in Oakland. And I have access to the kind of technology that puts me in touch with people all over the world. So there are some things that I found really exciting about this terrible pandemic that claimed the lives of so many people, particularly Black and Indigenous and people of color and poor people more what I might say was a kind of gift that was offered us in the midst of, all of this sadness and tragedy, was the fact that we can communicate with people all over the world. And so I participated in conversations that never would have happened had I been compelled to travel in order to be involved in these conversations. For example, a conversation in the Amazonas in Brazil that involved Afro-descended Brazilians, indigenous Brazilians, and people who are active in the struggle against police violence. So I think that there's some ways in which we consolidated our internationalism, of course not consolidated, but we were able to engage in the kinds of practices that allowed us to recognize how important those ties are. On the other hand, of course, we all need, human community. We all need the closeness and the touch of human beings, and that has been so difficult. I would also point out that I don't know whether we would have achieved this kind of awareness of the nature of structural racism. And I don't know whether so many people would have gone out into the streets at their own peril, of course, because in the summer of 2020, we were not really clear about the ways in which the virus is transmitted. But I don't know whether so many people would have felt compelled to go out and protest if we had not become aware of, as a country, and I'm talking about a good majority of the population in the country, of the realities of structural racism. And the impact of the virus taught us about the nature of structural racism as it had an impact on the healthcare system, as the virus claimed the lives of disproportionate numbers of indigenous and Black people and people in the Latinx community. And that awareness helped to condition the response to the police lynching of George Floyd. And so as tragic as this period has been, as difficult as it has been to live without the closeness of our community, as terrible as that has been, it has also offered us some gifts. And I don't know whether we would have experienced a situation in which more people than ever before in the history of this country went out in the streets and marched and protested and said no to racism.
Angela, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned earlier on Mumia Abu-Jamal. In our early years in democracy now, we were knocked off the air in a bunch of Pennsylvania stations as a result of airing his commentaries. I knew Mumia personally because we worked together as journalists in Philadelphia in the early 1980s. I'm wondering, he's continued to be in prison, turned 67 in April, is 40 years now in prison, has had COVID, heart surgery this year. Could you talk about his importance? He's one of the most famous political prisoners in the world. He has continued to have amazing commentaries and writings throughout his time in prison. Mumia's impact on the radical movement in America, and if you could talk about the pressing need to continue to demand his release.
Yes, thank you so much, Juan. I don't think we would be where we are today without the consistent and dedicated participation of Mumia Abu-Jamal in our struggles. Well, first of all, I would say that Mumia is known all over the world. There are streets named after him in Germany and in France. He became the second person in the history of France after Pablo Picasso to receive an honorary citizenship in the city of Paris. And so that his importance is recognized elsewhere in the world. But because of the ways in which the police and the police benevolent order, the fraternal order of the police, because of the ways in which they have misrepresented Mumia and mobilized the entire police community all over the country against Mumia, he remains in prison more after having served time for more than 40 years, including much of it on death row. What I would say now is that precisely because we have succeeded in making public critiques of the police, and of course we see them now trying to reconsolidate their power all over the country, but because there are these fissures in the power of the police, we should take advantage of that to intensify the campaign to free Mumia Abu Jamal. I was just communicating the other day with Julia Wright, the daughter of Richard Wright, who has been so important in France in developing the campaign to free Mumia. And she and people all over the world want to see us bring the case of Mumia to the fore, especially now, considering the fact that David Gilbert, who has been in prison almost a half a century, was released on parole recently, 2 weeks ago. We have to claim that victory and recognize that this is precisely the moment to demand more releases, to demand the release of Leonard Peltier, who has been in prison even longer than Mumia, and all of the political prisoners who remain behind walls.
People can go to Democracy Now! And see our interviews with Leonard Peltier. I know we have to wrap up, and it's very hard for me and Juan to stop this conversation, and we're going to talk to you again on Democracy Now! Your book is coming out again. It's being reissued, Angela Davis, an autobiography, which astoundingly was edited by Toni Morrison. We talked to you on Democracy Now! When Toni Morrison died. We talked to you when Aretha Franklin died. We tracked you down, I can't remember where. Yes. And it's amazing because while people talk about, Aretha's great artistry, what people didn't realize is that she was involved with offering to post bail for you when you were in prison, saying Black people will be free. And I'm wondering if you can reflect, we'll go much more extensively into this when your book comes out, on these relationships you have had and what gives you hope for the next generation of artists, writers, scholars, and activists, all of which you are rolled into one.
Well, I think that having lived this many decades and having experienced what I have in the context of movements against racism and against heteropatriarchy, against imperialism, I am more committed than ever to using what talents I might have to developing movements for radical change. And you mentioned Aretha Franklin and the fact that she offered to post bail for me. That was a very moving moment in my life, and I have come to recognize how absolutely essential the role of artists has been and will be for our movements. This is a period during which musicians and visual artists, poets, writers are all using their talents collectively to create more possibilities for the kinds of conversations that will bring people into movements for justice, for freedom, for equality. And let me say one more thing, which unfortunately we haven't discussed during the course of this wide-ranging conversation, and that is the power of global capitalism. And I still see that I still think that we need artists to show us the way toward a very different organization, economic, political, social organization of our worlds. And capitalism has to fall.
Well, Angela Davis, we want to thank you so much for being with us. And I want to ask you finally about the issue of independent media, of people shaping their own narratives. I mean, I think that's the power of the corporate media, is they tell a story, whether it is true or not, brought to you by the weapons manufacturers every 5 minutes or the drug industry every 10 minutes, you know, the commercials, as you talk about capitalism. If you could talk about a different kind of media, in perhaps, if you want to imagine this, a post-capitalist society, and what that would offer, since it's the way people can communicate with each other all over the world.
Well, I think it's so important now, Amy, to imagine new worlds. We cannot fight for those worlds unless we know how to imagine them. And independent, progressive media, like Democracy Now!, help to inspire us in that project of collective imagination, to allow people to tell their own stories. And of course, you go where the movements are unfolding. I'll never forget watching your arrest at Standing Rock and how that campaign helped to galvanize a more holistic understanding of what it is we're struggling for, the freedom that we're fighting for, that we have to save this planet. And indigenous people are the stewards of this land for so many millennia, have taught us that the struggle for the environment has to be central to our work, and you present their stories. So I thank you and Juan and all of your colleagues, for the work that you continue to do, and I'm sure we will be speaking to each other in the near future.
World-renowned abolitionist, author, activist, and professor Angela Davis. This is Democracy Now! We end today's show with the words of imprisoned journalist Mumia Abu-Jamal, remembering South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who died on Sunday at the age of 90.
Archbishop Desmond Tutu, 1931-2021. Almost a century ago, a little African boy was born to a small family in a small town where gold mining was the chief industry. The town was Klerksdorp, in what was then called the Transvaal. Father was a teacher, and the young boy wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. But the politics of white supremacy, known by the term apartheid, prevented him from making that choice. That policy, developed by the National Party after it won election in 1948, passed a law called the Bantu Education Act of 1953, legalizing racial segregation in schools. That state decision forced Desmond Impilo Tutu to change from teacher to preacher. A new history was written. Desmond Tutu studied, graduated, and was ordained an Anglican priest, and began a steady climb in the church hierarchy, being named its archbishop in 1986, the Archbishop of Cape Town. As the anti-apartheid movement swelled in South Africa, so too did repression by the state. And with most militants from the African National Congress, or ANC, driven into exile, the Archbishop stepped into the breach, presiding over funeral after funeral and giving voice to the black oppressed majority of the nation. He played a pivotal role in speaking out against the racist system of government and suffered arrest and attacks by police tear gas at protests. Throughout it all, he stayed true to his religious beliefs, a committed Christian who saw all life as valuable. He preached for peace and reconciliation. He preached, too, for justice. He spoke out firmly against violence, whether by the government or the freedom movement. And as the profile of the little priest grew, so did his concerns for justice and freedom, even beyond the borders of South Africa. The Archbishop, lovingly called the Arch by his family, called the government violence, repression, and separation against the Palestinian people a new form of apartheid. He called for freedom for the Puerto Rican people from the United States government. He critiqued the suffering and state violence against the Muslim minority in Myanmar. And the little priest even visited a man on death row, where he wondered why a man had to be shackled in a little room divided by a glass window where the door was closed, shut, locked, and didn't even have door handles. The Arch was quiet, serious, a ray of spiritual light in dark places, and a joy to meet. When apartheid fell in the 90s and South Africa became reborn as a democracy, Archbishop Tutu heightened his critique of the new black government, which he said was getting rich as the people got poorer and poorer. He was short, yes, but his spirit reflected a giant. His passage on this planet was a message of love for the world's oppressed, no matter where they were. He struggled for change with his prophetic voice, his sweet humor, his deep love, and a boundless sense of compassion. Desmond Nkilo Tutu, born October 7, 1931, returned to his fathers after 90 summers, an example of love, not fear. This is Mumia Abu Jamal. These commentaries are recorded by Prison Radio.
In-prison journalist Mumia Abu Jamal remembering South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who visited him in 2007 when he was still on death row. And that does it for our show. We continue our year-end conversations with National Book Award-winning poet Martina Spada on Wednesday, Noam Chomsky on Thursday, and on Friday we'll look back at 25 years of Democracy Now! Democracy Now! Produced with Mike Burke, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rhodes. Remember, wearing a mask is an act of
This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs.
New York City and our suburbs are facing a heroin epidemic.
Crack, the most addictive form of cocaine, is now sweeping New York.
New York City has the worst narcotics problem in the country.
82% are Black and Hispanic. 69% are under the age of 30 years old.
Drugs are menacing our society.
In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
If ever there were a tale of two cities, this past weekend's headlines made it very clear. There's at least 6 of them in front of my house right now. 2 of them are lying in the street, the rest are zombies. That's from Judy, a woman who lives a block away from Myrtle and Broadway, where 15 people overdosed on K2 Saturday. By Monday, 49 more had overdosed in North Brooklyn. The very same week, our DA announced a plan to end prosecution for low-level marijuana possession, and Mayor de Blasio readied the city for what he sees as the inevitable, creating a task force to prepare the city for the outright legalization of cannabis, including telling the NYPD to stop arresting New Yorkers for smoking pot in public. In a city where you're 8 times more likely to be arrested for low-level marijuana charges if you happen to be Black or Latino, and on top of that, priced out of quality health care, there's no denying that the lived experience of the war on drugs in under-resourced, over-policed communities. We are in a moment right now. A moment of momentum where ending a 40-year-old drug war is right ahead of us. So, tonight we hope to chart that path with our partners, Drug Policy Alliance and the Marshall Project, with our esteemed group of panelists, and most importantly with you, our community. Welcome all to this Bric TV Be Heard Town Hall, Whose War on Drugs? I want to welcome Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez, New York's first Latino DA, a career prosecutor with more than 20 years of experience crafting progressive drug policy initiatives. Thanks for being here. Cassandra Frederic is the New York State Director of Drug Policy Alliance. From working with Communities United for Police Reform to developing New York's Ithaca plan for safe injecting sites, she's all about mobilizing communities devastated by drug use and criminalization. Thanks, Cassandra. Chino Hardin. Chino Hardin grew up in East Flatbush during the height of the drug epidemic, and now works as the field director for the Center for New Leadership on Urban Solutions. His work focuses on youth and advancing policies surrounding policing and drug treatment. Thanks, Chino. Tom Robbins is a veteran New York City investigative reporter, and from the Village Voice to now the Marshall Project, his work exposes corruption in the criminal justice system, and we're very happy to have him here tonight. Thanks for being here. Finally, we want to welcome Dr. Hillary Coonins, the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. She's a doctor and a healthcare professional who's advocated for reducing racial disparities in access to opioid treatments. Thanks for being here, Doctor. So we've all seen the video right now. So whose war on drugs? That's the basic premise that we're going to right now. But I'm going to start with you, District Attorney. The war on drugs. If there's a war, what are the sides? Who's on what side? Where are the battle lines drawn?
Well, what we need to do is address this head on. And, you know, drug use has been stigmatized for a long time, leading to, in my lifetime, growing up in East New York, Many people have been arrested, been cycled through the criminal justice system. Very rarely were people given a meaningful chance at dealing with their drug use issues, but they did get a conviction, and I think it helped ruin generations of young people, and particularly black and brown people in my neighborhood. And so the war on drugs has been a failed effort to curb what society deems as something that is undesirable. But the victims of that war have been average New Yorkers and many people in Brooklyn.
So Cassandra, the two sides, if we've got a war here, who are the combatants?
So I think part of the conversation is that the people that are the casualties of the war on drugs tend to be people of color, and tend to be particularly people of color from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. I think we're having a conversation when we're talking about the war, we're talking about people that are targeted or marginalized. We're talking about people who are historically without resources and access to healthcare. We're talking about people that don't have access to affordable education. We're talking about anyone that is at the bottom of the totem pole that is the person that is most likely to be affected. And on the other side, we have whiteness. We have white supremacy on the other side. We have the criminal justice system on the other side. I think we have to be really specific about the war on drugs. It was not per chance that we're in this moment. It was designed this way. And I think when we're talking about whose war is it, it's like who created the war? And who created the war were people that were in positions of power. The conversation around the drug war and how we created the drug war was never about the pharmacology of drugs. It was never about the science associated with drugs. It was always based on who was the dominant user of drugs. And that has been not just since the 1970s, but from the first drug laws that were created against Asian migrants in California after they built the railroads.
Yes. So Chino, where are the battle lines drawn then? If this is a war, where's the line?
The battle lines are drawn in 6 feet of dirt every time we put a young person or a brown person in the ground. The battle lines are drawn every time a brown person and a young person hears a cell door slam behind them with no resources, no second chances. So, I mean, the battlegrounds about the war on drugs, if we had to just have an honest conversation, the war on drugs has never been a war on drugs. It's a war on black and brown and poor folks, and it always has been that way. So, of course, 40 years later, we don't have any solutions because no solutions were ever thought about. Nobody didn't come to the table thinking about how do we end this. It's not until, if we continue to be honest, it's not until white suburban kids were overdosing on opium did we even care about that addiction, right? So it's not until crack sleeped into suburbia did we care about crack either. And it's not until they figured out a way to bring more profit off the backs of black and brown folks, the profit from the drug war, did we even start the drug war. And we can look at that historically from Nixon to Reagan to where we are right now.
That's right.
So, Tom, if you were writing this story, you got to cast a bad guy.
You know, every story does have a bad guy, but in this one, it's been a pretty shifting target over the years. I come at this as a journalist, having covered it for a long time and having done stories about, quote unquote, the war on drugs and walked through some of the worst, what we in my business call shooting galleries, you know, some of the terminology that we've used in the news media has, I think, added to the problem, calling people junkies, you know, but what's interesting is that we've created new battle lines. I mean, to think that we had a war on drugs where we thought we knew who the enemy was or the people who were distributing it, and then government somehow gave a green light to the pharmaceutical industry to create an entirely new addiction front, and nobody seemed to notice. So, you know, right now we've got to deal with that one in addition to the one that we've always traditionally dealt with.
So, Doctor, triage, where is the need then? Where do you go when the battle lines are drawn?
So I'll speak first. So I'm a public health official now, but for many years I practiced medicine, took care of people with addictions and also other kinds of health conditions. And I think what I was really always consistently struck by is we exacerbated any health issues that were sort of associated from a person's drug use by really creating many, many obstacles, as Cassandra just heard about, to getting access to education, getting access to the resources that actually will make a person healthier, regardless of their health problems, whether it's problems related to their substance use or high blood pressure or whatever they may be. So I think the triage point is really thinking about people as whole people, that the drug use may be one thing that comes along with the whole person, and we need to create thinking very broadly about how to help people be successful, how people attain their goals. And so the triage point is not by laser focusing on drugs as some evil entity that's causing all of our problems, but really how do we build whole people and whole communities?
So thank you all for your thoughtful answers, and just a little bit of housekeeping before we go on. Now that you've all heard their voices, in the interest of transparency, I'm going to let you know that the doctor and Ms. Frederique are also a part of the District Attorney's Justice Initiative 2020. It's something of a think tank that brings together people from different professional and stakeholders who are working together on the path to creating further initiatives to come out of the District Attorney's Office to talk about those very things that we addressed. And tonight, it is a town hall. We're going to start off right from the beginning, incorporating the voices of folks from our community. And I'm looking for a microphone right now so I can talk to you, or you can just speak into my chest. But we have a question now. I got you.
All right, so my name is Anthony Beckford. I'm a longtime community resident here in Brooklyn. I'm also a cop watcher. I run the Brooklyn Sector for Cop Watch Patrol Unit, Marine Corps veteran, psychology student, and I'm also running for state assembly. And the reason I'm doing that is because of the targets in our communities, which is black and brown people. You know, and my family also are immigrants from Jamaica, and it's a lot of things that come at us. And, you know, this topic here is very dear because I see it every day. I see the police abuse when it comes to our community. You know, I have 4 precincts that police our area. You know, I go into the criminal courts and I see, you know, from the ADA and, you know, the rest of the prosecutors, what they do to, you know, to our young black and brown brothers and sisters in the court. And, you know, and I hear these topics about legalization. You know, I hear, you know, the agencies, and I hear the DA's office saying that, you know, they won't criminalize. They don't even say at all. They say so much, you know, because we have to look at the language. You know, because when you put a percentage, that means not so much. So I'm looking at what are you going to do to actually, what can we do to actually fully legalize, but not in the sense of legalizing for profit for corporations and big pharma, but legalizing in the fact of freeing those who have been locked up and are still locked up in regards to, you know, possession and sales, you know, legalizing in the factor of creating small businesses in our communities so that way big pharma or those who are getting donations from them are not taking advantage of that and still putting out policies that will still demonize and criminalize our people. And at the same time, what can we fully do to make sure that when it comes to your policies, it's not lip service that we're receiving, because lip service is cheap. We need actual action. We need 100% legalization and decriminalization. So what can we do in regards to that?
Okay. That was like a four-headed monster of a question. Right. But now let's begin with the beginning, the path to legalization then. Anyone, what would the consequences or the benefits of that be?
Well, let me just start off with the general idea behind Justice 2020 and what we're trying to accomplish at your Brooklyn DA's office. I put together this think tank of people who have a lot more knowledge and have dedicated their lives to particular topics. And drug use is one of the areas that we've looked at. And what I'm trying to accomplish in Brooklyn is pretty simple. But it's also revolutionary for District Attorney's Office, because it's a cultural change for the way prosecutors are asked to think about drug use issues in the community, and it's also a policy shift. And Brooklyn had been more progressive than other parts of the country and part of the states, and I'm only speaking as the Brooklyn DA. I don't speak for any other district attorneys tonight. But what I saw was the way cases came in was the initial response was, what is the punishment and what's the sanction for this illegal drug use? And what I am trying to accomplish is that when young assistant district attorneys and my office handles a case, the focus now is going to be on public health and not thinking solely about punishment. And What we're doing is we have Brooklyn Clear, and I can get into some of the details, but what Brooklyn Clear is, it deals with anyone who's arrested on a drug charge. It's not limited to opioids. It's not limited to people who've never been arrested before, don't have a criminal record, but people who come in because they've been arrested for either small amounts of possession or drug use, and taking those cases and diverting them out of the criminal justice system from the very beginning. Having young people come in who have never been arrested makes no sense to me, and having people recycle through the system who've been arrested repeatedly for drug use does not make sense to me. We send now, and it's a pilot program we started in Brooklyn. It started in 6 precincts in February. It's now extended to all of Brooklyn South. If the mayor or the city council funds us, it'll be throughout all of Brooklyn by this year. We are going to send, and we have been sending, peer counselors and drug counselors to the precinct. And instead of writing up the case and charging the case in criminal court, sending people to central booking, the police department working with us is allowing us to find some sort of treatment option for the person who's been arrested. Now, it's a harm reduction model.
Sorry, yeah, we're definitely going to make our way into harm reduction, but just while I have you, there was the instance where the previous administration, when the former district attorney announced the plans to, in a sense, decriminalize and not prosecute, but we actually saw numbers that didn't go down and in some instances actually went up. So are you prepared now to say that you've reversed that trend or you're working to?
Well, let's clear. One thing was dealing with marijuana policy. Right. D.A. Thompson had a marijuana policy that I helped him craft in 2014. In 2011, we had over 18,000 people arrested and prosecuted in Brooklyn for marijuana. In 2014, we changed the policy. Last year, we had about 4,300 people who came through the system on a small marijuana charge. So that's one thing that we're talking about. The racial disparities did not go down, but there were tens of thousands of people from 14 to this year who were never arrested, mostly people of color. The policy was limited to possession and not smoking or burning cases. We could address that. The policy I'm talking about today is dealing with hard drug use, narcotics. We are looking to treat those cases not as a criminal offense, but really as a health issue. Right. And the other part of this process is to change the policy of having to require people to plead guilty in court in order to access services. Right. We want people to be able to get services without having to enter a guilty plea. And so that is a tremendous change in the culture of the DA's office and the policy of the DA's office. So
Cassandra, what could we do to accelerate that change?
So I think the thing that we just have to be clear about is that we actually do just need to legalize marijuana, right? And that means that and when I say legalize marijuana, that doesn't just mean open dispensaries. Legalizing marijuana in New York has to be very specific. We were the marijuana arrest capital in this country. We arrested more people for marijuana than anyone else. And so when I'm talking about legalization of marijuana, I'm talking about the sealing and vacating of people's records. Right? I'm also talking about making sure that every single city agency revisits and revises all their policies that are impacted by marijuana. So I'm talking about people that are losing custody of their kids because of marijuana. And let's be very clear. It is Black and Latino moms that are getting their kids taken away, while white moms are on the cover of GQ talking about how marijuana helps their parenting. So let's be very clear about that. I'm talking about making sure that people don't get kicked out of public housing because they were smoking inside of it, because that also happens. I'm talking about making sure that people still have access to occupational licenses that marijuana arrests bar them from having. When we're talking about legalizing marijuana in New York, it's not a corporate giveaway. It's not for people from Denver and Nevada to come in here and make their big businesses. It's not for the Apple of marijuana, groups like MedMen, to come in, create large dispensaries and not invest in criminal justice and not fight for policies for people from New York to be able to have licenses and to make sure that people who have been harmed by the criminal justice system are able to be in the industry in the first place. Because what we've seen in places around the country is that people that have been barred from the industry are because they were people that were criminalized by marijuana. But now they have figured out how to make money off of it, how to tax it, how to create whole industries around it. And they want to say, we can't participate because you weren't paying attention to the rules before, but neither were they, right? And so when we're talking about marijuana, I think it's super important to also say that legalizing marijuana means that NYPD and district attorneys need to get out of the business of marijuana. There should be no place for people in that industry. And I will say that in general, law enforcement should not be in the business of drugs, period. This is not a criminal justice issue in any source of the way, and people that are selling marijuana in this point should be able to go in there. They don't need internships, they need loans. They need small business licenses. And we have to have a conversation about how we want to deal with people who smoke in public. Because to be very clear, everyone in here needs to know that New York has the biggest public housing development in this country. And they have passed a federal edict that says people can't smoke cigarettes in their home, or they will be subject to being kicked out. So if you can't smoke cigarettes, then you can't smoke marijuana. And if every law says you can't smoke marijuana in public, we have basically just banned poor people from partaking in something that is a $1 billion industry. That is legalizing marijuana.
Criminalizing poverty and addiction.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Cassandra a chance to catch her breath. While I'm looking at you, Doctor, and wondering where the point of entry is from a public health standpoint.
So, I think as our mayor has indicated, he is setting up a task force to look into and prepare for possible marijuana legalization in New York State. I think from a public health and physician point of view, we've known long that the health harms of marijuana really are less than some of the health harms from other substances that we've chosen to regulate and legalize, specifically alcohol and tobacco. And so I think approaching it, sort of as we say in my business, empirically, just looking at sort of racking up the health harms from all of those different substances, we might say we need really a different approach, a health-oriented approach. And to Cassandra's point, it does not mean necessarily approaching it from wide open access. We've chosen to regulate alcohol in some particular ways. We know that substances for young people with developing brains need some perhaps additional protection, safety guards around their developing brains to make sure that they can stay safe into adulthood. So it's possible when we think about that from a health point of view, we might choose regulation that in some ways is similar to some of the other regulations, some of the complexities that Cassandra just pointed out notwithstanding.
So words matter here. So I'm wondering what the difference is between legalization and decriminalization.
Well, legalization requires our state legislature to act and create the legal ability to possess and smoke marijuana, to sell it, to distribute it. I mean, there's a full, regulatory scheme and administrative scheme that has to be developed. Decriminalization is what we are really talking about now with the DA's offices. And, a couple months ago, I started not to prosecute smoking cases. I started to limit the ones I was prosecuting to see and to kind of demonstrate that there was not a public safety component to marijuana. And that's decriminalization, saying that, the DAs will choose not to prosecute in a criminal matter. For me in Brooklyn, I think it's pretty clear cut that, I've come out and said, while it's illegal, the police department should be able to issue summonses. But I support civil summonses, not criminal summonses. And at some point, when it's legalized, I'll be out of the business of regulating marijuana use.
Can I say something that's super important? people need to know that New York decriminalized marijuana in 1977.
Yep.
It's been 40 years. We removed criminal penalties for simple marijuana possession 40 years ago. And it's important to know that the reason why we got to a place where 800,000 people had been arrested for simple possession was because of a policing change.
That's right.
It is not because the law changed. We decided to decriminalize marijuana in 1977 because we knew in the 70s that it was a waste of resources. It was not an effective way for people to tell people to not use marijuana. And it was a way that was going to disrupt the relationship between community members and law enforcement. And it's important to know because in New York, in 1973, when Nelson Rockefeller, our then governor, created mandatory minimums for drug possession, white moms were really pissed because their kids were getting locked up for marijuana. I want to be really clear. White moms were really pissed that their kids were getting locked up for marijuana and then having to face mandatory minimums. And those people went and lobbied their district attorneys and said, this is not okay. Our kids should not be smoking marijuana, but they also should not be facing 12 years to life. And the district attorneys then went to the legislature in Albany and said, we can't do this. You have to fix it. And they decriminalized it. In New York in 1977, they said, if you have up to 25 grams, this is not a criminal offense. They already said that. They created the carve-out. If it's burning or if it's in plain view, then that is an arrestable misdemeanor. For everything else, it's decriminalized. Policing changed in New York in 1994. You can see the numbers. There were like, under Dinkins, there was like nothing.
Right.
Then you get to a place like Giuliani, we're at 51,000, Bloomberg, 50,000, 50,000, 46, 39. That law has been the same since 1977, so don't get okey-doked to think that this conversation is new because basically they were never following the law in the first place. And that's why we say the drug war is designed.
That's right.
It is designed because they did it on purpose.
So we know what... So we're clear on what side of law and order you are on, District Attorney, but does that mean that you agree that you're ready? What would getting out of the marijuana business mean for you, and what do you think that means for the New York Police Department? If you could, for a moment, just imagine speaking for them.
Well, listen, I don't speak for the police department. What I do understand is that my obligation is pretty straightforward. I have an obligation to keep the people of Brooklyn safe. I also have a dual responsibility of fairness, and it is my stated purpose that I am going to help strengthen the trust in our justice system. The prosecution of marijuana cases is not keeping us safer, and it's corrosive to the relationship between community and law enforcement. You know, we've come a long way in the views of marijuana from where they were. 10 states have completely legalized marijuana. Another 20 states have medical marijuana. You know, the issue that I think the police department will be confronted with is in all of those states, public smoking continues to be illegal. Some, 1 or 2 states, it's punishable as a misdemeanor. In the other states, it's punishable as a civil offense. I do not believe that it should be a criminal offense. It should just be a civil offense. But in none of the states where legalization has taken place can anyone legally smoke on a street corner.
Mm-hmm. You know, Brian, one of the things that I would just point out here is that what your question sort of focuses on a conundrum that we're facing, which is that we have DAs like Eric Gonzalez who are trying to lead on this, and we have a New York City police force which sees it from a very different angle. When Ken Thompson, Eric's predecessor, first decided that he was going to change the policy of his office on marijuana arrests, Bill Bratton, the then police commissioner, was pretty bent out of shape. I interviewed him recently about this. As he said, Thompson jumped the gun. You know, he went ahead and did this. And yet, as we know, Thompson was responding to something that Cassandra just eloquently described, which was that he knew, because he lived in the community and saw, that most of the marijuana arrests that the police were bringing to him were pretextual. By that, it's a fancy legal word for meaning it was an excuse to be able to see if there's something else going on. We see you're smoking, we think you're carrying, but we're really interested to see whether or not you've got a weapon, whether or not you've got priors. It was just an excuse to be able to get to it. I think when we look at the numbers, I mean, the one thing my business, journalism, is doing a much better job of right now, and the Times just did a terrific story to point out the discrepancy between community complaints and actual arrests. And I spoke to someone at the Manhattan DA's office, and it was just days before they announced their change in policy, and they felt that they'd been fibbed to by the police department, that the police department had always maintained there are more arrests in these communities because that's where we get the complaints. And then all of a sudden we have the data. That turns out not to be true. So part of the conundrum we're facing right now is we have DAs who are trying to push in a direction, and we have a pretty recalcitrant police department, which looks very different still than the rest of New York.
Well, I'll name the conundrum. Let's just name it. It's racism. I mean, it's racism. I mean, of course, Bill Bratton was bent out of shape. He was the architect for the broken windows theory, was instrumental in the quality of life crimes that were enforced on poor communities of color, and how all of those arrests that you talked about in Giuliani, how it happened from, you know, drinking in public to urinating in public, which we know where these crimes are enforced, right? So, I mean, listen, the police department is gonna have to, one, admit that they're racist, and two, start to unpack that, because we know that's what it is. And that's how all of these arrests happen. That's why getting to the bottom of this situation becomes, if I had to just be honest, it becomes talking in circles, right? We're just saying a lot of nice words. It's just a lot of rhetoric, but we're not getting to no solutions. And community members have long been informed about what the effects of their policing in the community does. So when we talk about 40 years, we're not talking about the effects of young people right now. We're talking about generational effects in our community from the impact of policing around drug wars. And these things is the direct reason why we can't strengthen something we don't have. You know, we don't have a trust relationship with the Justice Department because justice has never been served in our communities. So before we can develop that, we need to unpack this from the top down. And when we talk about cultural shift, it can't be that you just send a memo to the ADAs, look, we're not going to prosecute this. You need to bring these community organizations who are on the ground, who are in the trenches, doing this work every day, impacted, to the table, right? Before they tear the table down.
If they were at the table, what would the voice be? If you were invited into these rooms, what's the message?
Legalization. No fine, no criminal record, everything Cassandra said, retroactive, and then let's get to unpacking some resources, because that's what we need, right? Where's all of this money? We looked up there on the screen when we was watching this open up, $51 billion. Cool, cut us a check, and let's see if we can't find out the solutions.
So, you know, I think we may be at that moment now. I think we may be at the moment. The mayor has, directed the police department to issue summonses. I think we may be at the moment where our state legislature is ready to act. And you have district attorneys who have, sort of stepped up and spoken that they are no longer willing to prosecute cases. So I think we may be at this cultural moment where we can actually accomplish something in this regard.
So what do you and Cy Vance know that the other district attorneys don't, who weren't standing next to you saying no more from our office?
Well, I have Cassandra and I have other people who help, talk about what drug policy should look like. And I think that's a tremendous resource that I brought. I also bring my own personal life experiences into this conversation. For me, it's pretty simple. I want to make sure that we can continue to keep people safe. I think that at this moment in time, it's very difficult as I am trying to move cocaine and heroin and other things out of the criminal justice system by programs like Brooklyn Clear, then to have my assistant district attorneys prosecuting possession of marijuana cases doesn't seem right to me. It seems to be backwards. It's also about this moment in time when we have to have an honest conversation about the policing techniques, right? As Tom said, it became a tool to do, more investigatory kind of stops. And that's not what this law is about. I mean, we have to have a conversation about how much the public is willing to accept people smoking in public, which while that will be illegal, what will be the police response to those kind of, public nuisances where people are smoking and making other people angry with their smoke. And that, so
how about no police responses? How about we have some community responses to those kind of nuisance? Even with Project Clear, you said peer counselors and whatnot go to the precinct. Well, we could be starting doing some of that. We get those calls in to the precinct directs it to the community-based organization. We dispatch our credible messengers and our community members, and I bet you we can find solutions that does not involve summoning people or putting them behind bars.
But we actually do have to be honest about the community, and I have to say this because I definitely think if you bring community groups to the table into these rooms, you're going to have people that say all the things that Chino said, but you're going to have people that look like me and Chino that are going to say the complete opposite. Right? And I think we do actually have a conversation that we were duped as well. Our communities really do believe the drug war propaganda. Yep. They really do believe that marijuana is a gateway drug. They really do believe that law enforcement is the only way to deal with drugs. And we actually do have to deprogram ourselves in the lies that we were told, in the programming that we were told. And that is going to be an investment. Because even right now, we're talking about marijuana, but when we're talking about the opioid overdose heroin crisis, right? When we talk about that, when we started working on that for real, I was pissed. I was like, these white people dying, and now y'all want to do all this stuff for them? Like, people been dying for a very, very long time, and y'all didn't care about us, right? And for me, I didn't really want to work on it that much, right? Like, I kind of was just like, y'all let us die, and y'all kill us, and all, like, to be honest, right? But the conversation that we miss, right, is that our community is not even given the information to understand that the overdose rates are going up among the Black community. That in 2015, in the South Bronx, it went up 51% among Latino women. That in New York right now, overdose went up 80%. And then it went up 112% when it involved heroin or fentanyl. But we have been given this narrative that it is not us, right? And part of the reason why we've been giving this narrative that it's not us is because they have to reinforce the narrative that people are addicted by mistake, that Big Pharma did it to them, that people weren't dealing with the economic distress, that they weren't dealing with family issues, that they weren't dealing with the same issues that poor people and people of color have been dealing with, that they use drugs to cope with. White people are dying too, and they've been dying. It's not just that white people were dying, it was rich white people that were dying because they didn't give a damn about poor people. And you see that in methamphetamine, you see that in crack cocaine, you see that in heroin. These conversations, there needs to be a complete deprogramming of everything we know about drugs.
Well, we're having this conversation, and we want you guys to participate in the conversation. We know some smart people there in the room, so make your way to the aisles. And in the meantime, while you're doing that and getting it together, we want to share something with you. So the opioid crisis is a public health emergency, as you just said, and we wanted to see firsthand what it actually looks like in urban spaces in our city. So we went to Washington Heights, where we met Mike, who is a former drug addict himself, and now he does outreach work in Washington Heights with Washington Heights Corner Project, where he works to prevent overdoses. So look at the screen and let's take a trip uptown.
I wasn't born an addict. I wasn't born homeless. You know what I'm saying? You get addicted to too much anything. You get addicted to chocolate. You get addicted to clothes shopping. You get addicted to gambling. You know what I'm saying? We all have addiction. We all have some type of addiction. I take this stuff, I leave it here because this is a hot spot where people come and use that. So I'd rather them use clean needles. Clean needles than pick up a needle off the ground and use it. And this is why I love my job, because I'd rather leave this stuff here for someone. I come back later on, it's gone. That means somebody will use it.
There's a lot of needles over here. So we're gonna come back later with the crew and do our hazardous waste pickup. But if you want to
so we teaches them to use that cap by themselves. Don't share it. Back in the day, I'm the OG, so back in the day, we were sharing haps. And guess what? I was still coming from a family from the suburbs where I still got to go back there and, you know, and live my life with them. So we also have to make knowledge to the community also.
We're also doing HIV testing, Hep C testing. We're out here letting them know about Hep C and HIV and letting them know by sharing utensils, sharing utensils and stuff like that. It makes you more prone and
I like to put the orange tops back on because it's you can't get poked when they put the orange top back on. So that shows that they have some type of morals. Let's cross. Can we cross now? I'll cross at any time. They call me Highway Mike. I panhandled on the highways. I panhandled on the Cross Bronx. Y'all kind of look out for each other. I'm gonna be out here today anyway. Today is a high usage day because it's the first of the month. I'm gonna be out here anyway. You want me to hang around? You want me to hang around a while or what? How you feeling? Big Unc, how you feeling? You want me to hang around a little while or what? Because now you're feeling good though. I know you are. I know you're feeling good. You just want to enjoy yourself too, but I want to make sure it don't overdose. That's it. But I know you want to enjoy yourself too as a night. Nobody was concerned back in the 70s and 80s when it was a black and Hispanic thing. But now it didn't hit the middle. It didn't hit the middle class. It didn't hit, like you just said. You know, it hit. I'm being straight up. It didn't hit. It hit white people, and now they want to. Now they're doing something about it. Opiate price crisis has been around since the 70s when we was down in Harlem. We've been dying behind us. We've been overdosing.
So I'm here with Walleen now.
Wale. From Manhattan.
Okay.
And I live in the projects, NYCHA. And NYCHA, not just NYCHA, but it's all over everywhere. I was sitting in the park one day, East River, white woman walked past me smelling just like pot. So it's affecting, the smell is sickening. Mm-hmm. I live in the projects. Actually, in my building, they sell it like it's free, like it's legal. So you got this heavy pot smell all around you all day, every day. And you talking about legalizing it? Well, let me tell you something. Everything that Cassandra said is true, but why do we have to legalize it in order for young people not to be criminalized and everybody to be criminalized? Why can't it be dealt with and not be made legalized? I understand that white people benefit from everything and we don't. I got that part. But as far as legalizing it, okay, I'm sick of the freaking smell already. Not only that, but this brother over here, Latino brother, talk about, okay, well, go in the hood and speak to all the community leaders because they're going to come together and do this, this, and this. Let me tell you something about community. City council, they all full of garbage, making six figures. They don't do crap for us. They just spend $317,000 on a resident leadership program, $317,000 when TPA money, participation money, is spent all the time sending us to conferences, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the city council, the mayor, none of these people come to the hood. And in my hood, it's like a tumbleweed blowing in the wind because nobody cares about it. It's like one of them old Western movies where you see the tumbleweed blowing in the wind.
In the wind, but you don't want to smell it.
Don't legalize it, but take the criminalization out of criminalizing us because we the ones suffering, and white people, which I have some very good white friends. Let's be clear. Yes. One of my white friends just paid a bill for me that was very exuberant.
Stop telling your business, Wale. Come on.
Let's get it clear.
So this is the duality that we were just talking about.
Yes, exactly. And I think one of the things about, so here's the thing. One, I will say we have to legalize it. And we have to legalize it because without legalizing it, we can't take away tools for the criminalization. We're not going to take away all the tools for the criminalization of our community, because legalizing marijuana will not legalize black people.
We don't do scrap.
Okay, we got you.
We don't fight for ourselves, we don't protect our children, and you want to blame white people all day? No, we need to get at some of them old hood rats that are selling our young boys down the drain, and they still living, and our young boys are dying. The young boys are being slaughtered, and women, and our young women are being slaughtered, and them old niggas that been around for a while, they ain't doing squat, but they living, and our young people are dying. Now there that goes.
So what I will say to you is that you are. Well, yeah, we
need some healing.
We definitely need healing, but we also need more information and we need resources, because what's very clear about
we got a lot that we don't even
Come on,
use.
wait, listen for the answer, Wale.
We got too much that we don't use.
With me.
Stop making excuses.
So one of the things that I will say is that part of the reasons why we're struggling so much is because we get all the criminalization without the resources.
That's right.
And so I think that's important. And I think when you're talking about how black people aren't doing work in here, I want every person that I work with that does drug policy reform to stand up in this room.
Where are you guys?
I've seen us. HRC, Peer Network, Vocal New York, Washington Heights Corner Project, Drug Policy Alliance. We out here, holla, doing all the work. We out here doing this every single day, and we are fighting every single day.
Look at all these people that stood up, and look at what's still going on.
But what I will say is that we need more people. We need your passion. We need your understanding. And we also need your education. And part of the thing that legalization will do is we need places where people can consume marijuana that are not in the hallways of public housing. And that will happen with legalization.
The country is going down the drain.
I'm going to go to you right now, doctor, and see, listen.
You want to put up shooting galleries and accommodate, and the only ones that are going to benefit are the damn drug dealers. They're going to benefit, and we're not. You want to
I'm over here.
Galleries and accommodate these damn people that sell all this garbage.
So, doctor, I'm looking at you right now. We saw this man working in the field, doing harm reduction, putting out clean needles to minimize the impact of drugs. So we also know about the disparities that we were talking about before. What are the bars to entry for people who happen to be of color, who get put on a different path outside of treatment, and they put into a criminal model instead of an actual treatment model?
So I think, I think in some ways the gentleman we saw is really an example of what Chino said, which is one really strong part of the harm reduction network in New York City is they have been organizations that have incorporated people with lived experience who were able to stop using drugs, or some of them continuing to use drugs, but able to be productive members of an organization. And you saw how lovely that gentleman treated the person who was leaning against the tree, so respectfully, so much with dignity, and offered a hand. And I think that is really the model of having folks who are peer workers or community workers really approach people. And I just want to call out, I know this was not your question, but the health profession also, because though we are talking about taking a health-oriented public health approach, as a physician, I know that my colleagues and my profession has not always been gentle or treated people who use drugs with dignity and respect, and have been as stigmatizing and in some cases as punishing as criminal justice. And so we have, speaking about race and racism, we have our own work to do on the health side. And I really want all of us to call out your healthcare providers and health professionals that you might be interacting with to say, treat me with dignity, and treat the person who has an addiction or has substance use with dignity as well. Because this is part of our job. We took an oath. This is what we're supposed to do, is do no harm and save lives. And so just by calling out, changing the direction from criminal justice to health really means us as health professionals also coming to the table in ways, and I really just want to offer respect to the DA and many other criminal justice folks in the city taking this step. We need to also. And I just want to be clear and not let us off the hook either.
You had a question?
Yes, my name is Darren Williams. I'm a lifelong resident of New York. And I just want to know, where does this concept, this idea of waging war come from? And how effective is this idea? Because we don't have a waging a war against poverty, and we don't have a waging a war against miseducation.
Well, we can start with Nixon for one thing.
war against racism, right.
That's a good historical place to start, yes?
Yeah, Nixon, Oliver North, contracts in the ground. I mean, we could keep going. I mean, that raging war comes from, it's always been a war of people of color since the inception of America. That's where it comes from.
All right, I'm coming over here right now.
What's going on, y'all? Yes to you, Cassandra. Just yes. Thank you for speaking. Yes, Cassandra. 2, I smoked today and I smell great. My hallway smells great too.
Don't poke the bear.
But my question is about the trap in the sense of what the DA and my neighborhood has done to Black and brown people in my community. Right after it was, quote, okay to jump the turnstile, it was, you won't get summoned, you won't get arrested. We had an unarmed Black person holding a shower head down my block, murdered, shot 9 times. The trap now that I see is you can smoke outside. I feel like that's a trap to then again penalize Black and brown people.
Right.
Nothing's really being done. It's a heavy police situation in the subways. Right after it was okay to jump the turnstile, it's going to even be worse when it's okay to smoke outside in the park that I frequent at to smoke because I don't want to make people upset in my, I'm not poking a bear, sorry. I don't want to make people upset about me smoking. So how do we turn it being legal and really address how the community looks when it comes to gentrification and the police violence of them being present in terms of legalizing these, quote, problems that we have?
Well, I think Cassandra addressed some of the issues of how we may get to that place, but it should be clear, and I hope that I've made the point that legalization, as it currently exists in the other states in America, do not have a place for outdoor public smoking. It's either a civil offense or a criminal offense. What we do here in New York State has to be done at the state level. I am actively calling for it just to be a civil offense and not a criminal matter.
I would also say that part of it is that the conversation around drug arrests, so little of it is about drugs. Most of it is about policing. And I think we have to have a conversation in our communities about who we want to create the rules of accountability. How do we have public safety without armed people walking around, right? Like, that is actually a conversation that we can have. And what does community accountability look like? Because police officers have one job, right? They can only really do one thing. And so it's important for us to work with different community members that have different ideas about what safety looks like and build a social contract together that is not reinforced on the subjugation and capture of Black and brown people. Because policing was built out of slave patrols in this country. And so that history can never be erased. And part of that means that we can't really restore much to it. And so it means that we need to have a conversation about what are the possibilities that could be different about how we build accountability and how we build collective safety.
Accountability and collective, easy for you to say, accountability and collective safety. And we have a question before we even get to that point.
Yes, my name is Mel Blackman. I'm a former substance abuser myself, and I've been drug and alcohol free for 32 years. I'm also, actually that should have been 70 years clean because I'm 70. I'm also a former substance abuse counselor. I'm retired from doing that. But my question is, and I see people bounce all over, especially in the media, nobody's talking about prevention. Nobody. Prevention is the most important thing because it means everybody's child. Because nobody's even mentioning prevention. So how do we deal with prevention? Because if everything that we're talking about, and especially when it comes to the dynamic in the black community, like I said, I've been black for quite a while. You're right on point. But I'm saying, but when it comes down to this very serious problem that I've known about since the '60s, but now it's very prevalent in the news and every place else, right? When it comes to prevention, we're talking about everybody's child, but nobody's saying a word about prevention. How do we deal with that? Because like I'm even an author. This is not to advertise my book, but I'm an author of a drug prevention book. It's called You're Not My Friend. But it's not about the book. It's about people have to do something as far as that. Because everybody in this room, I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut up. Everybody in this room, I don't even know you because I can't even see half you. But everybody in this room, when you were a toddler, you were cautioned about putting things in electrical outlets, about sharp objects, and about hot surfaces. So why can't we start educating our kids when they're old enough to understand, and comprehend what we're talking about? Why can't we talk to them about drugs so they don't pick it up in the first place?
All right. So, Doctor, I'm looking at you and Tom about this narrative that we've created around drugs and getting the toothpaste back into the tube when you can cut it off at the pass, essentially.
So I think the beginning of the video that that we all saw just as this program opened was the great example of failed prevention. It was that frying pan, showed you an egg, a whole egg. This is your brain. Cracked it open. This is your brain on drugs. And this ended up being the most widely made fun of drug prevention ad, certainly of my adolescence and adulthood. And so what we know about prevention from the science is that fact-based education about drugs is essentially ineffective, unfortunately. So simply providing the information has not been found to be effective at stopping people from picking up or trying drugs. What we know from many, many trials, many studies now is that life skills, broad-based negotiation, how to get along in the world, prevention is the right strategy, and that's building up families and children to solve problems, to promote resilience, to decrease exposure to trauma, and I think this connects us right back to policing and right back to keeping communities safe and from preventing children from being exposed to trauma by changing potentially policing practices, promoting community safety. And that is actually, even though you never necessarily mention the word drugs or substance use, is a prevention strategy. So I can just say a word or two. At the health department and at the city as large, we have undertaken a large mental health initiative called Thrive NYC under First Lady McRae. And much of that work is early childhood, is social emotional learning in schools, is supporting schools with mental health counselors. And though it is not named as substance use prevention, it is substance use prevention. Some of our work with the mayor's office around cure violence and credible messengers is really about substance use prevention, even though we're not always focused or exclusively calling out substance. So I think that's an important strategy. I'll just also mention another piece of prevention, and we talked a little bit about prescription painkillers, opioid analgesics, and this is also prevention, is shifting prescribing practices by health professionals to prescribe, as we call in our lingo, judiciously, more carefully, to use opioid prescription painkillers only when needed, because we know those are risky substances.
They kind of do, though. I mean, if I had to be honest, I had back surgery last year, and I was in Detroit, and it was signs all in the emergency room that you're not gonna get no Oxycontin here, you're not gonna get any of those like opiates. And even when I was in New York getting prescriptions, because I had a pinched sciatic nerve. So actually, none of those was gonna work anyway, but it was hard for me to kind of find and I feel like, and I don't know because I don't have the statistics, but if I had to take just a wild guess, I feel like it might have had something to do with race, I'm not sure. Maybe? Yeah. And then just to touch on what you said, Doc, I feel like I agree with all of those things, but I think it doesn't necessarily get talked in prevention, but like constant prevention for folks who are former substance abuse users, healing. this trauma has to go somewhere. How do we heal from the impact trauma of not just using drugs, not just having it impact in our communities, but what that feels like in your everyday walk of life, right? Because like you said, Big Pharma, we got a pill for everything, don't we? Hey, did you wake up and see today? We got a pill for that. You know what I'm saying? Do you not want to go to work? We got a pill for that too. So we got a pill for everything except for how to get off drugs. But being able to, and I don't think that's something that just stays as the job of our community members to like put resources into what it would really take for our communities to heal from 400 years of trauma associated with criminalization in the context of the conversation about drugs.
Well, Chino, there are people working in our community right now trying to close that gap. We know that nobody really goes through substance abuse alone. There's a lot of people left in the wake in the community, and we met a family who's dealing with this, and at the center of that is some children with promise.
So I was thinking that we could start with a rose and a thorn and a bud for your day at school. So remember, a rose is something really exciting that happened throughout the day. A thorn is maybe something that happened that wasn't so great. And a bud is something that you're excited, you're looking forward to for tomorrow. Do you have a rose in mind? You want to share what it is? No? Do you want to share what the rose is about? Is it about class? Is it about a friend? Is it about gym? No? Okay, maybe we can come back to the rose. What about a thorn? Was there something that happened during the day that, so you had no thorns today? Okay, that's great. And what about the bud? Something that you're looking forward to for tomorrow?
Actually, I'm looking forward to it today.
Today? What is it?
Going out.
Going out? Okay. Do you want to talk about your rose, your exciting thing that happened today?
No.
No? Okay. So, if you ever, while we're playing Feelings Bingo, if you ever do want to talk about it, I'd love to hear it. Okay.
Do you want to go first? You can play Feelings Bingo. You can pick one of the faces. And can we talk about a time that we felt this emotion? Great. You want to go first?
I didn't find out until he was incarcerated for, I think even about 3 weeks or a month. But my daughter had the kids and other people was in and out of the house. I guess ACS made a home visit and really didn't like what they see, and they said, we removing the children. And so that's when I got the call, when I take the kids, or they was gonna place them. So I made a decision to take my grandbabies before they placed them in the system. When I first got the kids, she was involved in their life. I had supervised visits. We didn't have to go to the agency for her to come to visit. But as time progressed, my daughter stopped the visits, and still to this day, LeBron's is taking it the hardest.
I just want to take a second and acknowledge that beautiful family in the video who actually happen to be here with us tonight. And thank them for sharing their time and just the smallest sliver of their life. We really appreciate you guys. Where are you?
Hi. It is very true that smoking, drinking, and excessive drug usage is a health concern. It is a health crisis. And I just want to acknowledge and commend the DA, Eric Gonzalez, for acknowledging that it is a health concern and it should be dealt in that manner and not as a criminal matter. And in that regard, Eric Gonzalez and others who followed suit deserve to be commended for that. That being said, also a big thing that could go against, as the person over there said, is prevention. And the best way to prevent
drug usage and from proliferating in our community is education. People should be educated from a young age how to live a healthy, wholesome, and good life that involves eating healthy, exercise, and staying clean from smoking, drinking, and drugs. And I think that if you want a prevention, people need to learn in schools from a very young age to be educated on how to live a healthy life. All right. And that is the way to prevent it.
Thank you. Is that your question? Or you got
my
it?
question is, will you be willing to promote that as part of the curriculum in schools, education against excessive drug usage?
Well, I don't think anybody here is for excessive drug use at all. So I'm gonna just ask you, can you talk about what a harm reduction model for a second looks like between the doctor and Cassandra, what that means right now in a place like Brooklyn to be performative with harm reduction for those who missed the boat of being clean their whole lives and eating healthy and doing that stuff. We don't throw them away. So how do we make that circle larger?
So I think one thing that we should just get out here in the open is that it's actually important the way that we talk about these things. And so the language that we use when we're talking about drug use is also super important for people to feel like they can ask for help or if they have questions. Right. So oftentimes people create this dichotomy that some people are clean and some people are dirty. No one is dirty.
That's right.
No one is dirty, right? So like, if we're talking about like people being full human beings and full members of society, then we have to use words that actually speak to people's humanity, right? So like, it's not addict, it's not junkie, it's a person who uses drugs, right? It's a person. Like, using people-centered language is important. And I think if we're talking about, Dr. Kunins just talked about how, giving people like drug facts is actually not effective to do prevention work. Right. It goes counter to what we think. Like, we'll tell you all these different things and then you'll make the choices, but that's actually not what it is. It's about, what it goes to is the things that we know. It's about building full human beings, being human, giving people access. Housing, prevention is also housing. Prevention is also getting rid of the over-criminalization in our community. Right. But what I will say is that organizations like Drug Policy Alliance, we get this question all the time. When I'm talking about prevention, I'm talking about preventing someone from dying. That's what I'm talking about. That is my main goal. My main goal is to make sure that New York doesn't have 1,400 people that have died. That is my main goal. That is what I want to prevent. I want to prevent people from going into the criminal justice system because that doesn't make them any healthier and it doesn't help them any much, right? But DPA, we've had that conversation and really what does it mean to have conversations with young people about drugs? I'm gonna point to my colleague right over there, Sasha, who has worked, has been a part of the iteration of that work on a curriculum called Safety First, which we have piloted in a high school here in New York City and is currently being evaluated. And the Safety First books are available at our information desk out front, which actually brings in all these conversations. How do we have honest conversations? Because the other thing that's super important in talking about prevention, for the way that this group looks, is that we got to prevent our kids from dying. Because we have the tools to deal with someone's addiction, but we don't have the tools to deal with someone's incarceration or their death based on over-criminalization.
Or in a lot of instances, their return home after they've dealt with those things and gotten involved in the criminal justice system. Dr. Cassandra and her colleague are in the schools and they've got Safety First, but who's doing it right? Where should we be looking to?
So I think I'm aware of their curriculum, and we're really excited to see an evaluation. I think that one thing that's hard about prevention is that it takes time. It takes multiple interactions with young people over time, that are what we would call developmentally appropriate. So starting that is in ways that are appropriate in elementary school and continuing on. And again, just I would say focus around decision making and problem solving. So there are some schools, including here in New York City, who are taking this on and doing this well. We at the health department are trying to put out fact-based information that raises awareness about help that's available, including, I'm hoping some of you have seen our ads that are up called I'm Living Proof that feature both the medications methadone and buprenorphine and have real New Yorkers talking about their experience taking those medications as treatment for having an opioid addiction. And so putting out accurate information as well as positive role models that can show what prevention and treatment, I'll add. You asked, though, about harm reduction, and I want to pick up on that because I think Cassandra got at some of it, and I feel like the film that we saw again really got at that. The lingo is meeting people where they're at. So it's finding what people want for themselves, helping them say what their goals are, and as a harm reduction worker or a healthcare worker is, how can I help you get there? How can I assist you? And that's, to me, what harm reduction is. And it's kind of mind-boggling for those of us who have worked in treatment programs which have said sometimes, this is my goal for you. I don't really care what you want. This is my goal, and you're going to do it. Right? And so we know that, and you can think about your own, any of us have behaviors we want to change, something we want to change about ourselves. And if someone comes along and says, do this, I don't care what you want, it's hard to go along with. And so harm reduction, common sense, practical, makes sense with human behavior is, how can I help you? What would you like? Let me help you get there. And that is what we saw in that film.
Gotcha.
Hi, Vertina Brown, Tiara's Way Scholarship Foundation. I have a two-part question. The first question is, if you guys intend on legalizing marijuana, are you going to distribute it back into the communities from when you confiscated it from drug dealings? And also, if that's going to happen, is this a means of profiting off of the Black communities?
It's a deep question.
So what happens after legalization, and even broader, the retroactive police actions that happened? Are records going to be expunged if the law changed and marijuana is no longer against the law? Are people who had records now going to be free of those records and charges dismissed?
Well, it's one of the recommendations that has come out of the Justice 2020 initiative is how do we go back and take a look at the harm that the war on drugs has caused. And, one of the recommendations is to go back and to seal as many of these convictions as possible, in particular in the area of marijuana. Now, the sealing statute that was recently passed is somewhat limited, but I am a proponent of going back and sealing these cases. People should not have a conviction on their record on these charges. And so we're going to take a look at it. My office has already started this work, and I think that's going to be part of a greater public service announcement to try to figure out how we can do this without having people have to hire attorneys at great expense to get their records sealed. And we have to also talk about whether or not the current sealing statute is sufficient, because it does require a lot. It requires people to have been convicted in excess of 10 years ago and not to have a certain number of convictions. So we need to go back and look at that. But one of the things that I believe you will see coming out of my office in the near future is figuring out how to do this without having people having to hire attorneys to get their records expunged and sealed.
Go ahead. And if we're really having that conversation about sealing, expungement, then every dollar that somebody had to pay in a fine or a summons under a marijuana conviction should go back to the community. And that is very easy to find, because when you don't pay that summons, that warrant gets issued, right? So if you can find me to execute a warrant, you can find me to put this money back into my pocket.
Yeah, I mean, to be very clear, we need we need reparations.
Yep.
And to be clear, everyone's only talking about that for marijuana, but to be very clear, we're watching that they knew that criminalizing people for addiction was wrong. We're watching that with the heroin crisis, where everyone's talking about, like, we can't arrest our way out of this problem, we have to do it different. So that means they knew. So we don't just need reparations for marijuana legalization, we need reparations from all the criminalization that has happened for all the drugs, all the things that we lost in the 50s, 60s, and 70s from the first heroin crisis, all the monies that in 1971, when we were in the height of our first heroin crisis, New York City pulled money together to create an Office of Special Narcotics. They created a specific prosecuting office to deal with drugs because they thought that investment was going to help us deal with the heroin crisis, right? It is 2018, and lo and behold, we're in another crisis. So divest the money from that office and give the money back to the communities, right? Like, how do we have conversations about that?
We have a question here.
It's a broader question.
About exactly where that money could go.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne, and I'm a teenager. And
Welcome, Cheyenne.
And my question is like the broadest of all. What do we do in this situation? Like, is there anything the teenagers of this generation, because, you know, we are the future, what can we do to fix, you know, like, in any choice we make, if we're with preventing or legalizing, because there are a lot of teenagers who do marijuana, how can we change what's going on right now?
Well, I think by you asking that question, obviously having the bravery to want to figure it out, I think finding a community-based organization that's based in your neighborhood and getting involved and spreading that message. Because let me tell you something, you are a teenager, right? So how I'm going to talk to another teenager is going to be completely different than how you talk to a teenager. So it's important that each one teach too, and I think that begins with you.
I don't know if he's quite a teenager, but his question is valid.
My name is Xavier, and I come from a place called Ceflo, and my building in Glenmore, there's a lot of like drug violence and gun violence, and it happens every day. Like, you can hear it happening, and you know, when I go out, see a lot of people, you know, doing drugs and stuff, and I was just saying, like, we can fix this problem if we legalize marijuana, then some of the problems that we have would be fixed. Like, people wouldn't have to smoke in the hallways.
That's right.
Because smoking is bad for children, for their lungs. So people wouldn't have to smoke in hallways. They could have a place to smoke. And so, yeah.
Even the baby knows.
Even the baby knows. It's like, I'm not making shit up. You gotta hire him.
Steal my job. Get out of here. So when we are crafting these things and looking at how resources could be brought back and redistributed into the communities, where are the community voices at the table, and how do the voices get heard to say, this is what we want? We're not calling about marijuana being a problem. We're calling about the problems being a problem. Where do those resources go? All right, next question.
Hi, my name's Young Mi Lee. I'm a supervising attorney at Brooklyn Defender Services. I'm basically a public defender. So my question is about the marijuana policy, which I appreciate, but the policy comes with two exceptions. The first is that the police cases will still be prosecuted if there's a public nuisance. And secondly, cases will still be prosecuted if the person has a criminal record. So my first question is, who decides what that public nuisance is? And if it's the NYPD, aren't we just going back to that discretionary policing that has led to the racial disparities? Exactly. And then secondly, my question has to do with people with criminal records, which is that I represent a lot of people who, just by virtue of the neighborhood they live in, they have criminal records. So what is the policy rationale behind continuing the prosecution of people with criminal records if marijuana offenses are deemed to be low level and shouldn't be prosecuted?
Especially if those criminal records have to do with marijuana.
Exactly.
So it's yeah, okay. Yeah.
Those are my few questions.
Yeah.
So let me try to address the current policy in the Brooklyn DA's office. The policy we have in Brooklyn does not actually implicate people's criminal records. We decline to prosecute people who have criminal histories, who've been arrested and been convicted of crimes. That's not a bar for us to decline to prosecute that case. What we've been talking about is the public nuisance, and we heard the discussion in this room today. About 1/2 of all the arrests that we get into our office come out of NYCHA. So we have about 4,300. We had about 2,100 arrests that came out of NYCHA. And we've made exemptions for, like, you know, smoking around young children, schoolyards, public transportation, places where people would actually be subjected not just to the smell, but to the smoke of marijuana, where people have concerns. And so I am trying to balance a system which, you know, currently there's, you know, it's illegal to smoke marijuana. I'm trying to balance that with the rationale that I do not believe that marijuana prosecutions are keeping us safer, but also trying to understand that in New York City, to make public policy one borough at a time is a disaster.
That's right.
That we need to help lead, and that's why I spoke out about and revealed that I actually had been starting the process of declining to prosecute smoking cases. And I think, so that's where we're at. We're in Brooklyn, we're not relying on someone's criminal history to make that decision. I am mindful, however, that, you know, a young mother who's coming out of her building should not have to be subjected to smoke as she's taking her kids to preschool or kids in a park.
So did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Get over here. Come on. We're closing in on our last 10 minutes here.
How are you?
Hey.
My name is Gia Marone. I am from Brooklyn. And first of all, thank you to everyone here. I was really happy that someone finally said education, because I was sitting back here like a bobblehead. Like, yes, I am in the industry. I don't call it marijuana. I do call it cannabis. And so there really is a point to my question. So one, I do agree that education needs to be taught from elementary on up. Why? Because cannabis is medicine.
That's right.
All right? And so what I consistently hear is the consumption of smoking, which I actually agree. I personally don't like smoking, and I'm a former cigarette smoker as well as a former cannabis smoker. I do not consume in the form of smoking, but in terms of oils, in terms of topicals. So the decriminalization of marijuana, because I have to say that in this case, is necessary because there are patients that have lupus, that have sickle cell, that have high blood pressure, that have eczema, untold illnesses that unfortunately many of us have not been educated about. As Cassandra pointed out, which she knows I'm a huge fan of hers, we've not been taught, and we have been lied to. And that's why oftentimes, as this brother pointed out, there's a pill for everything. Meanwhile, there are plant-based medicines that could help us. Now, in terms of addiction, as I consistently hear over and over, people have sugar addiction, have caffeine addiction.
That's right.
So it's a matter of education, and there really is a question at the end of this, in a matter of education and teaching us the proper uses, just like everything else that comes with directions.
That's right.
The proper usage. And so my question is in terms of law enforcement, because now we're decriminalizing. I do hope that within your program, and I do know Eric as well, we both rep Brooklyn, in your program, that we are educating law enforcement, right? Because there not only needs to be education from the elementary age, which, by the way, there are colleges that are now creating programs around cannabis. I am in this industry. I am seeing colleges launching majors in this. For Black and brown people to not be in this, please, people, wake up. We are 1% in this industry that is billions. I understand the hesitancy, and I do have to wrap it up. I'm
Yes,
so sorry.
please,
But
come on.
please include education to law enforcement.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. So to that end, speaking of education, we've got some great partners who are here tonight who are tabling outside, who have information. There's also in the studio across the way, the folks from Vocal NY have set up a simulated safe injection site. So you can go and actually check that out and see what the experience would be like. I know we're going to try to get as many questions as we can as we're closing in on our last 6 minutes. But Tom, I just wanted to go to you. This is a sea change. All right, Chino, one sec. We've seen a sea change now in the way that we are relating to cannabis and other drugs. And just from you seeing the arc here in the city, I wonder if you have any sort of prescriptive way forward with the way that you as a journalist frame things that can help to shift the conversation around the way that we language ourselves into solutions for drugs.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, one is we are at this remarkable moment. I mean, I thought I was fantasizing, but I did see a front page of the Daily News in the last week that called for the legalization of marijuana. Right. And I can tell you, having worked at the Daily News in the 80s and the 90s, that that's a dramatic change from the paper I worked for at the time. So we're about to make, I mean, the DA said he thinks that we're going to get this legalized through the state legislature. I would not be so certain of that, because we have something called the state Senate, which is still controlled by Republicans, and which I think is probably going to look at this with a lot of questions and probably do their best to be able to push it off. But in my business, in journalism, I think I've seen the shift from writing about drug users as perpetrators, as people who we needed to be fearful of, as people who were someone other, you know, like I mentioned this word junkies, you know, which was shooting galleries, you know, like whenever there would be a bad death, a really gruesome one, we would pick up the cops' words for drug-related. And anytime you sort of coupled the word drug-related with a death, it was kind of like saying, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, like these are, you know, this is something that doesn't have to do with you. I think that we've changed that conversation a little bit. Certainly the Marshall Project, we're trying to be part of that. I'm seeing it in other publications. I mentioned that great story by the New York Times recently that pointed out the huge lie that we'd been told in terms of the police response to marijuana arrests coming from community complaints, when really it was driven by the police department's own sense of where they wanted to be able to crack down. So, you know, in terms of the way forward, we just need to be able to continue to look askance at some of the lies we've been told over the years. You know, we started out with a picture of Richard Nixon. I think I'm probably the only person up here who was probably around to be able to vote against Richard Nixon. And I remember it as a proud moment, because he was involved in not one quagmire, the drug war, but also two quagmires, which was the war in Vietnam.
That's right.
And he coupled something in our neighborhoods that was destructive. He coupled drugs with violence. We haven't talked much about that tonight, but the drive towards addiction drove violence in our communities. There's no question about that. And the question is, like, if we can decouple those two things, we'll have taken a dramatic step forward.
Chino, you're going to have the last word.
Oh, no, not the last word.
The last word.
Actually, it was a simple question. It was for Eric. Can I get an invite to the Justice for 20 table? Because I feel like I should be sitting there. I don't know.
Well, so the answer to that is absolutely. We want as many people to partake. And I think as we're wrapping up here, one of the things that we can be proud about in Brooklyn is that we are taking the first steps to change how we not only handle marijuana, but how we are dealing with people who drug use issues and drug misuse. To think that the DA's office is actively sending cases outside of the courtroom, right? Saying that the DA's role is not to supervise the drug cases, but in fact, sending them back to the community.
Okay, we are literally 5 seconds out, so I appreciate you being here. Thank you guys for being here. Most of all, thank you for your questions and the passion that we feel in the room. We really appreciate it. The conversation is going to continue. The hashtag Be Heard. To check out any of those videos that we saw, please find us online. We thank you all for being here tonight, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, Brad.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
My life is everything from table tennis. When I was child, we got a really difficult life. When I was age 9, I was already tattooed, smoke full time, you know, I was always on the street fighting with the kids. I meet my coach and I go to the table tennis club. And I was more and more in the clubs and on the streets, so means out of the trouble. After 2 years already, I was like juniors champion in Tajikistan. So far, I'm here 23 years, this country. There's a lot of table tennis players my level who wants to be in exactly where I am today. Most of in the countries, they know my clubs and they come from a lot of countries, from Pakistan, India, Guatemala, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. A lot of people from all over the world. Wherever they come to New York, they come to my club. I'm now happy. My job's about like coaching, not anymore playing myself. Still, it's not huge operation, you know, it's still small. I have juniors, young boys, they're really doing well. When Michel came here, he was 15-year-old. And his father asked me, could you help my son to coach him? What do you think about it? From beginning, I told him, no, I cannot help. But I see from this boy, he has huge, big skills.
When I was 10 years old, that was my first tournament. It was the Israeli national tournament. I came in as a fan of the game, but after this tournament, I understood that it's not something I like or love, it's part of me. I won this tournament and I started playing professionally. My father chose to move everyone here. When I came here, I didn't know anyone. Maybe I was slowly getting into depression. I started looking for a club. Nissan offered me to practice. Right away, I asked how much would it cost. He said that it wouldn't cost me anything. He just wants to practice with me a little bit. Start going to tournaments. He found some people to give money for travel. He built this community for me to support me and help me.
My heart say, you know what, I gotta help this boy. And in my inside ego also, you know, say, you know what, I could make it, this guy, like really good and strong players. My knowledge for 40 years, what I spent for table tennis, I was believing inside in myself, I could help it. And I can coach the boy, and we got a good chance to make with him American team. The way I see today, who is playing nationals today in the US, he can make it. But there's a lot of really strong players in the country, and maybe they also waiting citizenships.
I need to breathe. Ali, oh.
Come on. Forehand, backhand. Aggressive loop, okay? A little bit lower.
If anybody from my club make the team in the United States, it's gonna be huge. Imagine that from Brooklyn, you know. The first 3-4 years was establish our club. Another 4 or 5 years was to survive and not close this business, you know. If the Michel make nationals, of course, we're gonna be more populated, and you know, it's like give it a second impulse for our club.
Well, after I had all my finals and work, I'm really happy coming back, preparing for the next Westchester tournament. It's a once-a-month tournament, but in my opinion, this tournament brings the best level of table tennis in the US.
The Westchester Table Tennis Center has the largest monthly table tennis tournaments in the country. We're the only club that has 4-star tournaments every month. Both crosswords and table tennis are brain sports, so I think my puzzle ability comes into play in table tennis. What's cool about our club is the range of skills that are here, all the way from absolute beginners to as good as people get.
The people who playing there, they really strong, you know, it's not like a joke, those guys.
It takes a lot to win this kind of tournament. I think the goal is just to win this tournament. Once I'll be able to win this tournament, next step will be much easier.
Michelle?
Yes, Nissan.
How are you?
Good, good.
Did you pay or not yet pay?
No, I'm going there right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give them my credit card.
No problem, Nissan.
Bye, good luck to you, be careful.
Bye, thank you. First match is against the #2 seed in the tournament. Unfortunately, his hand was on top of mine. Went to the 5th game. I lost 3-2 at the end. Surprised me a little bit, but then I came down and I started playing safer and just easier. Next match is very important, so we'll see how it goes. One of the best things in my game is my serve. I'm able to serve almost the same identical serves with different rotations. And that gets a lot of players to make mistakes or give me an easy ball.
This boy is very talented, very talented. And I remember myself when I came here, no one told me, you know what, Nissan, let me help you with the table tennis. And because you have very good skills and you play professionally, and I'm gonna help you. I always feel like I could help this boy, you know. I'm coaching him already for a year, and I don't wanna give up. You can lose so many times, but the whole beauty of it is to go to practice again, get better. If you lose and you stop, you achieve nothing. I feel that I don't represent only myself at this tournament, but I represent him, the community, and his club. Anyone will be happy just going to Olympics. They might not win or get to the next stage, but they're still representing the country, so that is their pride. So my pride is to represent Nissan's.
He wants always his students to be better than him. He wants them to know a little more than him. So I think that is a very good character for a coach, that he's willing to give everything he has.
I like my job. You know, I love what I'm doing, and not many people, I think, so in the world can say I'm happy with my job. When I have chance, anything food, when I know they can eat, I bring here. It's one of my hobby. It's not gorgeous, watch it doing. How it's beautiful, how they're happy. Look at how many birds I just make happy.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale. We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
We're going out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin. And we'll see what we can find. My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see one whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on. Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales. Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future.
just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being. So that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
Both sides, they're on the left-hand side and the right-hand side.
Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
Directly in front of us. Who would ever believe that there would be humpback whales in New York City? There are so many children that live near the water. They can see the water, but they've never been in or on the water in any way. Nature is imbued with the power to heal. Bringing people out here onto the ocean to be able to see the magnificence of the creatures that live underneath the water in their natural environment, get them connected, they will be more apt for the rest of their life to know how important it is to preserve and protect this environment.
go.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
I grew up in Trinidad, and I wasn't allowed to hang out with the boys, the older guys, because they grew up like around a lot of DJs. I didn't start until I joined the military in 2002, and my first base was in South Dakota, Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. There wasn't really much out there to do, so I was like, oh, let me just pursue DJing because I always wanted to do it. And I received a Stanton starter pack, which came with like turntables, a little mixer, headphones, like the whole shebang. And I had to order some vinyl off the internet, had it shipped to South Dakota. And yeah, that's how I started DJing in my dorm room. In the Brooklyn community and other places, I'm known as DJ Mercy Lane. I spend my days looking for lots of music so I can make people dance at night, or else they'll probably cuss me out. Now, I've been doing this for about 11 years, and for some gigs I still get nervous, but once I get up there and put the music on and I feel the energy from the people, and it just makes everything go away, all the nerves, and I just have a good time, you know? So my connection to Brooklyn, I think that's where I have most of my roots, especially with DJing. And a lot of the people that hire me are for queer parties. Yep. I'm not saying all of them are, but most of them. I've DJed Azúcar before, I've DJed Papi Juice recently. Come On Everybody. Come On Everybody is very queer friendly venue. I love that space so much. Reggae is a queer dancehall party, which is also one of my favorite parties to do. I'm from the Caribbean, so I love dancehall, reggae, soca music, but I feel like every time I go to parties that cater to that audience, it's mostly straight. I don't feel comfortable, honestly, right. Especially with some of the guys there. Some of them are respectful, but some of them aren't. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I think that's important to have a party like reggae, which I feel comfortable at, and other people who are like me. Feel free to dance with who they want to, and just enjoy the music without being harassed. I just started a new venture, which is a DJ magazine, which caters to women DJs and musicians and beat makers or producers, just to shine a light on them, because what I've noticed is a lot of the DJs that are put into magazines, they're on like the top 100 lists, especially in EDM music, they are men, you know, with a sprinkle of women. I also notice too, like if the female DJs are recognized, they're mostly white women. You know, so I definitely wanted to recognize a lot of the ladies that I know and people who I don't know of worldwide. DJ Reborn, I really admire her. DJ Valentine, Amber Valentine, Sassy Black, Stassi Boss, like they're my all-time favorites to DJ with as well. You know, we definitely have a good time together, and you know, amongst other women. One of the main challenges I think for us is we're raising 2 boys.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that they have everything that they need as well as what we need.
Right.
But you know, they are our priority.
How would you
You
feel
know?
if our kids became DJs?
I would love it.
Me too.
Which means I can quit and they can do all the parties with me. You know?
Yeah.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that you've all seen one of these before.
What the hell is that?
That's a computer. And what I'd like to know now is, how many of you have ever had the distinct displeasure of being subjected to the business of a travel agency?
Tell me about it.
Well, Mr. Bauer, where did you go on your last vacation?
Vail.
Okay, and how did you go about booking your travel, if I may inquire?
My wife did.
Okay, does your wife book all your travel?
Well, either her or my secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. And what about you, Mr. White? Where did you go on your last vacation?
My secretary handles my travel also.
Right. Okay, well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to paint a picture of what this experience might look like for your wife or secretary or whoever. She may have a favorite airline. She may dial that 800 number and be put on hold for 2 hours. Or she may decide she likes to suss out the market, see what her options are, and do a price compare.
I don't need to do a price compare.
No offense intended, Mr. Falk. I'm sure you don't, but many Americans do, which is precisely why this idea of mine is such a boondoggle. Isn't that right, John?
Yeah, boondoggle.
Yes. So as I was saying, your wife or secretary will head down to the travel agency where she won't fare much better.
Good morning, Richard.
Glenda, you're looking lovely as always. Would you like some coffee?
I know where it is.
You see, travel agencies tend to carry the smell of rotting wallpaper, and your wife or secretary will get to know this stench well while she waits in the reception area for an hour or two.
Mrs. Brooks. Glenda.
Whenever one of these agents gets off the phone to attend to her, as they have no concept of customer service or punctuality whatsoever.
Maybe with a few days stopover in Miami on the way back. Then that's what we shall do.
So once she's finally brought back to have a consultation with one of these lackadaisical agents, she'll be desperate to get out of there, and more often than not, we'll just end up telling the agent to book travel on the airline of his choosing, foregoing the price compare, which is the entire reason she sought out the travel agency in the first place. By the time she gets home, she will have wasted 5 hours that could have been better served handling your expenses.
Say, Glenda, how you doing? Just fine. How you doing? Would you like to come to dinner tonight? Oh, no, I can't. I got to go along to church after work. You sure? Nothing personal. Never is.
So, Mr. Falk, I'd like you to say goodbye to inconvenience and say hello to John. Say hello to www Travel.
What is it?
It's a website.
It's a website available to anyone, anywhere with internet access.
How does it work? Well, we created a script that is able to pull up ticket prices for all the major airlines.
A script? TWA?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fuck TWA. What about American?
I'll tell you what, you can actually take it a step further and select which airlines you'd like to compare,
But what about American?
especially American.
I love it. It's genius.
You boys sure are geniuses. You know, your father always said there was something special about you.
Shelley, bring in the tray, please.
Oh, looky, looky, looky.
Okay, Tom, we're getting the tray.
Your hair looks nice today, Shelley. Here's to travel.
To travel. A vote for Asante.
Oh, there's nothing in your glass.
Oh, no.
Wanda, is it a good time?
Mr. Lewis.
I can come back later.
No.
One more initial.
All right.
It was a lovely service, don't you think?
You did a great job, Mr. Lewis. And perhaps I'd even say it was lovely if it was somebody else's funeral. But you did a great job.
Of course. Thank you so much for saying so.
I keep thinking about you.
Oh.
Don't get excited. Whenever I see a traffic cone, they used to vex me. So I said, damn it, I thought I had a parking spot. Then I have to go all the way around the block, and I seem to see them everywhere now. They still piss me off. But I think about you. And I think about Hilton. And I think about not parking for a split second.
Glenda, he loved you so much.
He did, didn't he? I'm good. It's good.
How'd it go?
Not good. Yeah, not good.
What do you mean not good?
There was an incident.
What kind of incident?
One of the investors in Scotch, it's in the computer.
What are you talking about? Did you get it out?
I blew on it, it wasn't working. Pass me the plug.
Yeah.
Okay, turn it on.
It's not turning on.
Oh man, it's okay. Get the backup, we'll recover what we have.
There is no backup. That was our only floppy.
What? But I couldn't.
Hello. Oh, hi. Hi, honey. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. No, I don't have many plans for today. Maybe go for a walk, read, go to lunch with the girls from church, maybe. What are you up to? Good luck with that. No, I'm not going in today. Sherry, darling, how am I supposed to get any work done if I can't get to my desk? Maybe you're not supposed to get any work done today. Maybe you're supposed to take the day off.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Glenda. Happy birthday to you.
All right. I'll be nice to all of you. Since you went to all this trouble, even though you know I hate birthdays.
That's very kind of you, Glenda.
Say, Glenda, you're a Libra, right? Right.
I always forget what I am.
Pisces, Richard. You're classic Pisces.
What are you, Sherry?
I don't believe in astrology. Well, I'm going back to work. Especially after this delicious breakfast. Glenda, you ain't working today. Shoo. Shoo where? Somewhere, not here. All right. Can I at least do the dishes?
No!
Old flatfoot, back again.
Or rather, they be flat than too lefty.
I'd laugh if you weren't so predictable. And a bad liar.
You can see right through me, can't you?
It's that right there on your lip that always dances right before you lie to me. And then you smile to cover it up. I don't know, Richard. My heart breaks for her. It really does.
She seems to think the only solution is to work, but she needs time. What?
So you're like the expert on the healing process over here?
What do you mean?
It's not like Frederick was that long ago, and you were working something like, 16 hours a day after the fact, and we didn't say nothing. We even took time out of our schedule to do those team building exercises or whatever the hell they're called.
Well, it'd be nice to offer her an option.
Option?
For time off.
I suppose it's the kind thing to do. You think we can afford it?
She would know better than us.
Well, then perhaps maybe we just suggest it?
We could talk to Malik about it.
Say, Richard, do you hear the faucet running?
Sorry.
Sorry, love.
Ma'am? Sorry, do you work here?
You lost?
No, I don't think so. This is the Bedford-Stuyvesant Travel Bureau,
Yes.
and you work here.
Why ask?
Well, I'd like to meet with you sometime about it. Maybe you could come by my office.
I don't think so, love.
Oh, ma'am, I'm starting a new kind of travel agency, and we'd like it if you would consider becoming a consult.
We? Who is we?
My business partners and I. It would be a great opportunity for you.
Don't excite me, love.
Well, here's my card.
There's my old White Pages trick rearing its head. AAA Bed-Stuy Travel Bureau. They always go to the top of the list. You're so strange. I'm kind of curious.
Okay, well, call anytime you want.
Looks nice, doesn't it? The 1950s, before black folks existed. Aruba, Jamaica too. Lands of the white people, all up in their resorts. They was buying what they was sold. Maybe occasionally you'd see some melanin shuttling drinks to the pool. And by occasionally, I mean a sighting as rare as a white guy on Nostrand Avenue. Richard, Sherry, and I used to stay late at the bureau and try to tape over all the parts with people in them. That way we wouldn't have to tell our clients to cover their eyes for an authentic experience, for a glimpse of reality.
Thanks so much for coming, Glenda. I really appreciate it. Oh, this is it.
I see. Well, first things first. You're gonna need some furniture in here to make a waiting room. Invite your clients in, make them comfortable.
Well, actually, this is just Mark's dad's office.
You must be Glenda.
Yes.
Mark, lovely to meet you. As John was saying, we're just waiting to get a little bit more business before we can begin investing in a proper waiting area.
It looks like you're investing enough. So, what y'all want from me? I'm not here to consult on interior design.
Right, well, we were hoping that you could run us through how to book a trip on an airline.
And why would I do that?
$100 cash in hand?
I don't care about cash in hand.
Right, of course.
When I if I saw this young man stalking outside my travel agency?
Was I stalking?
I thought that's peculiar. What's he after?
Well, we just
Now
want...
I'm learning that he wants to know how to do what I do.
Yeah, right. That's right.
That's
Interesting.
So you'll help us?
This time? Sure. Suppose I neglected to mention we work the phones at the bureau. Well, can't be too hard. Now let's see. Hello? I'm done.
This is great, Glenda. But if you can, we'd like you to do this with all the major airlines.
What for? TWA be giving you the best bang for your buck.
Well, we're prototyping this new kind of customer service. It's all about options and choices for the customer.
Y'all really want me to earn my money.
Oh, but you said...
I'll be taking that money, honey.
What's that saying? Nothing in life is for free.
Well, where you running after? I thought you was gonna watch and learn.
Where did he find that woman anyway?
311, I think.
No, I mean, where does she live?
I think her shop's in Crown Heights.
Oh, is that in New Jersey?
No, it's...
You live in New Jersey, right?
No, I live in Brooklyn. Look, none of us know how to process an order manually. So she's just here. John's idea is that...
Okay, so wait, she's going to field all the incoming travel requests?
I think that's John's idea, while the site's in beta at least. I'd prefer if they focused on rebuilding the code.
I'm sorry, does she have tentacles, this woman? Because, you know, we're advertising vacations in minutes here. You know, it's our tagline. It's halfway to becoming trademarked by me. How many calls can she be on at once?
Yeah, we'd probably have to scale back.
Okay. Stop.
What?
Just stop.
What I'm doing?
Yeah, exactly what you're doing.
Okay.
Look, I need your undivided attention here. We're doing this all wrong. You know, we can't fix a problem with a half-assed solution. We need to stop asking the customers what they want. We should be telling them.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you got to tell the people what they want. Yeah.
Okay, what do they want?
What they want is cheap exotic flights to somewhere they've never been before. Somewhere like Jamaica.
They do?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We call it the Air Jamaica. We buy out a block of tickets for a discounted rate, peddle those tickets to our customers, still at a discount, only slightly less discounted than what we paid for, and we make the profit.
Don't our clients want to go somewhere like Colorado or Florida? I mean, based off what John said at the meeting, it sounds like there wasn't a large appetite for Jamaica.
Thanks for your input, but no. If we sell it right, there's a huge appetite. There's always an appetite. What we have to do right now is get John to get that woman on the phone with Air Jamaica.
I don't know. That's not what we pitched the investors. And also, that's not what John and I built.
Yeah, who cares what we pitch the investors? They don't. As long as they're making money, they could care less. And you sitting here fiddling around with that, you know, that's not bringing any ROI. I'll tell you that much.
Right. Well, with
It's
all
just
due...
making me sad. I mean, honestly. You make me sad, just your presence. This is my dad's office.
Okay, look, Mark, with all due respect, I think John and I were initially interested in this project because it presented an exciting computational-based challenge, not because it was a call center.
Oh, so that's what excited you? You were excited by that? calculator boys. Hmm? You just want to mess around on your calculators all day.
You all asked for it.
What's this?
That is a full 10 airline price compare.
Where did that woman go?
But what? She went home. I gave her $100.
So it went well?
Well, as in we now know how long it takes to do a manual price compare and how completely useless the website is without an API.
Jesus, in English, John.
Okay, an API. We need an API because that will aggregate all of the data we need for all of the major airlines.
In English, we're fucked.
No, we're not. We're not fucked. We're not finished or anything else. Plan Air Jamaica is in full effect.
Turns out that hack job we did to America's whitest home videos wasn't so great. So I got to thinking, I can make my own reels, filled with everything and everyone I loved. Hilton was always there, of course. And Gloria, too. The three of us. Oh, this was supposed to be a promo. Jamaica. White sandy beaches, clear crystal waters. Come for a sail, stay for the rich history and culture. Jamaica, feel the sand between your toes.
I got it. We'll make a commercial.
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Vulnerable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
You're not gonna tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you. But I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rep that type of shit, that's like legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats that I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath so fluent in a birthday game. I just stepped into it. Made no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension, you didn't make sense. Knew it, my floor at last. For sure outlast. My opponent with words that blast. My syllables cut through glass. Head of the class, steady your
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new boot shimmies. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At once.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm heading into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Fine then. Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the groove walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives around the way. It's such a fine display. Happiness to step away, even through the toughest times.
My bitch always popping up at the right time.
Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post.
Yeah, and?
I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post?
Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal.
Maybe you need to put it on him.
No, that's not it.
Anyways, it's real nice in here. It's all fancy and shit.
It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God. They make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude?
What up, Jason? We good?
Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she told him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. Bout go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
I could get used to this door-to-door service.
Don't get used to it, okay? I have some errands to run.
Thank you, baby.
Is that Lawrence from Halsey Street?
Oh, yeah. I didn't tell you I gave him a job?
A job? Are you sure you can trust him?
Yeah, he's cool. He just got out of jail, though.
Oh, so you hiring ex-cons now?
It's not like that.
Well, who's that?
Or that's Sasha. I didn't tell you about her either?
No, you didn't tell me about her either?
She's the cashier. She's a good kid.
She's cute.
Is she? I ain't even noticed.
Oh, you didn't notice, huh? That's good. You scared?
Should I be?
You might want to be. Just a little.
Girl, you need to stop. I told you, he doesn't like you. No, he doesn't. If he did, he would have said something already. Listen, I'm tired of you talking about him. You're so annoying. Can you stop? I said to stop. Whatever.
You on your phone again?
Girl, let me call you later. Boss man is here.
And clean off this counter. What is all this?
Just some designs I'm working on.
You did these?
Yes. I have dreams too, you know.
They're good. Really good.
I know.
The word is thank you. What do you mean my shipment was canceled? Well, who canceled it? You can't just give my shit away. I've been waiting on that stock for 3 weeks.
How far will one go to grab the hottest kicks when you're a legit sneak freak? The fact is, there are no limits if you're a true head. What stack where it's all wood? Sasha speaking. May I ask who's calling? Lars, phone.
Hey, shorty, who is it?
They wouldn't say.
I need my shipment. You know what? I'm on my way there now.
How the hell'd you find me here? Yo, for real, son? You sweating right now, and it's not a good look. Yo, I told you, I'll have your bread. I just need... Give me a little more time. Yo, you for real? Hello? Yo, hello? Yo, boy, I've been texting and calling you for hours. I ain't even did it. Oh, you're a terrible liar. You stay on that phone 24/7.
Oh, you damn sure did. I must have hit it and it was in my pocket.
Yo, enough with the excuses, bro. I seen that dude that robbed me, yo. We gotta run down on him.
Yeah, for sure. Can't wait till tomorrow, cause
Bro,
I'm first in line. You know, I gotta make sure at least get.
the OGs don't come out until the day after tomorrow. You know that.
You know how these lines we get, fam. I'm not trying to take no chances, man.
Bro, what we gonna do is maybe gonna take a couple hours. You're gonna be standing on this line for a couple days. I need to get my shits back.
All right. Damn, man. Come on, man. Look at the sound.
It's him, I'm telling you.
So, you saying the guy that robbed you is just some college kid?
Yeah, something like that.
Son, you really close to getting your street cred taken away.
Yo, shut up.
You sure this is a crib, man?
Yes, I'm sure.
You sure he home?
No, but he lives here, so eventually he gotta come in or go out.
Right, you right. You say you had a hemp and stuff?
Yes. I mean, I didn't see it, but I heard him cock it.
Shit, nigga, that's crazy right there. I don't know if these joints are worth getting bodied over, man, for real.
Says the man who's willing to sleep on the street for 3 days.
Dude, not the same. These are limited releases. Big difference. We'll get your sneakers back today, though.
Need that bread, man.
Don't worry about it, man. I got you.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen.
So what we gonna do, man? What's the plan? 'Cause I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
I'm gonna wait for this asshole to come out. I'm gonna punch him in the face. I'm gonna get my shit back, plain and simple.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a great plan. Kind of like the one you had when he robbed your ass,
Bro,
right?
why you gotta keep doing this?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. Botta go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new ish?
Where's Lawson?
I haven't seen him yet.
All right, when he gets in, let me know, okay?
Sure thing, boss. Got him. Boss, can I talk to you for a second, please?
Yeah, what is it?
I have to leave early. I have something to do tonight.
How early?
Like now?
Killing me.
There he go right there.
Yo, you gotta be kidding me. You got robbed by him?
Shut up, come on.
Hey, yo, what the?
And you wearing my shits too? You motherfucker.
Where the gun at, kid? Where's that?
I don't have a gun.
Yo, you lying, yo. I heard you cock it when you robbed me.
No, it's an app on my phone. Yo, check it.
Son, you got zoed by him? With an app, fam? How you expect me to keep this to myself, man?
Yo, you got me in these streets looking crazy. What's to stop me from beating your ass?
Yep.
And take my kicks off too before you get blood on them.
Okay, yo, I got a way I can fix this. I got a plug. Get any kicks you want. Name it.
Band ones?
Bitch. Hannibal got like that? Girl, he got Henny and shit.
You need to get out more.
Where about
Lita, stop, okay? Just focus. We're here on business.
Oh, okay, ponytail. You handle your business, and I'll handle mine.
Can't take bitches nowhere, I swear.
I heard that.
Whatever.
I did.
Whatever.
You want jelly bean? Girl, you hear that? All right, I gotta go.
Lita, if you don't...
I'll be back.
Oh, what are you doing here? Aren't you shorty from the sneaker shop?
I was just looking for the bathroom. I'm lost. Actually, I have a business proposition for you.
Well, don't shoot.
I was just trying to show you some of my designs. I want to design a signature shoe for you.
Those do look nice.
Thanks. What the hell?
Trusting the wrong people can turn your world upside down in the blink of an eye.
Where's Lawson?
I don't know.
I like the green ones.
The gold ones, bro. Ooh, fire. Gold. Fire. Oh, you got my kicks?
Bro, it hasn't even been 24 hours. I ain't a genie.
Hello? What? Word? All right.
What happened?
Somebody robbed my brother's spot.
There's no honor in the game anymore.
Really? You talking? Come on, bro, we out. Where you going?
I can help.
Whatever, yo. Just don't get in the way.
I don't know. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe opening the shop was a bad idea.
Nah, bro. People just hate us. Sometimes they never want to see a black man come up. Be all right?
Let's go, shorty.
You out of your league, champ.
Shit.
Need y'all to lock up. I gotta figure this out.
You good, son? What happened?
Crazy.
Everything over something?
if I made the right decision moving my family across the country, back to Brooklyn.
Okay, first of all, we are a team, okay? There is no I here. And second of all, this is going to work out. It is going to be fine. Everything is going to be okay, babe. You have to believe me.
Lady, allow me to introduce myself. Franklin. My friends call me after.
Nice to meet you, Franklin.
So, what you doing?
Just working on my blog.
Yeah? Is that a sneaker blog? I love sneaker blogs. What's it called?
Soul Kings.
Sneaker blog.
That's a dope name.
Thanks.
Come on, babe. You have to trust me. Can you get the door, please? Hey. Yeah. Thanks again. I owe you. And remember, please don't tell Darren.
Baby! You're not gonna believe this. Trey, get the crew together. We're back.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen.
take care of it.
If you're afraid, then it's hard to reach that point of creativity if you're afraid. If you're not afraid, if you have the courage, then you dwell in the unknown, and the good things can happen, you know, along with the bad things. So it's like you welcome that.
Sessions, and I play, 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 and I play. Listen, you have to love this thing, man. If you take care of the music, it will take care of you, 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 take care of you. I mean, I go on to jam sessions, and I play regardless of whether I'm getting a check or not, 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 check or not. If you take care of the music, it will take care of you, 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 take care of you. You have to do this because you love it, love it, love it. Take care of the music, it will take care of you, 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 take care of you.
I've lived here since 1998. I've lived in Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, back and forth, like 6 different houses in that time period. So I've watched it move and grow and change, and people moving in and out, and things come up, and you know, so it's just, I feel like it's a part of who I am now. Brooklyn already has a very rich musical history, so I feel like I'm a part of that. Marcus Gilmore on the drums. That's Vicente Archer at the bass. Jahi Sundance on the ones and twos. This is my latest single, Better Than I Imagined, which features her and another Bric Jazz Festival headliner, my sister, Miss Michelle Ndegiocello. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Bric, for having us. Hopefully we'll do this again soon. Thank y'all.
All right, y'all can make noise at my show.
Yes, I adore you. You're my body and soul. I've searched my whole life for you, baby. It's deeper than blood, deeper than blood. This is love. Love. This is how I love you. This is love. This is how I love you. Steer it up, just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Steer it up. Steer it up, just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Steer it up. Wake up, return, balance, align. 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 Ain't never had nothing to make me feel secure. Ain't never had nothing to make me feel for sure that I'm loved. Nobody know nothing, nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Return, balance, align. Wake up, 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 return, balance, align. know nothing, nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Now wake up, return, balance, align. 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 Drink better. Learning to drink better. Learning to drink better. Learning to drink better. Please thank Mark Kelly. Please thank Jack DeBow. Please thank Cole Kamen Green. Please thank Adam Levy. Please thank Justin Hicks. Please thank Chris Bruce. Please thank Jake Sherman. Thank you, Abe. Thank you, Black Gatsby. Thank you, Rashman. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Atticus. Thank you, Solomon.
Introduce this next song because it's very visceral to me. I wrote a song a few years ago that's about a kid that started a movement called Black Lives Matter. I'm from Ferguson, so I feel it very important that I talk about Ferguson. You know, this kid I'm talking about, his name is Mike Brown. And he was killed by law enforcement for no good reason. So I wrote this song to lament him. Dedication to his parents, dedicated to his family, dedicated to all of the parents of the slain people, the Garners, the Ahmaud Arbery's, the Breonna Taylors. I wrote the song, it was called MB Lament, but I had to change the title to When Will It Stop? When will the violence stop? When will the racism stop? I'm playing this song for the first time in a long time. Since then, you know, my family has been, yeah. I'm playing this song and I'm gonna dedicate this one to my son. He's still living, but racism is real, and we're gonna fight to tear it down. So when will it stop? When will the bias stop? When will it stop? day after Christmas, my son and I made international news because it's gone all over the world. From an incident at a hotel in New York City, the Arlo Hotel. My son was accosted, attacked, and racially profiled. Something that needs to change immediately. You know, we're on the front lines of bringing about change to stop this racial profiling right now. We're in a war. It's for the good of our nation, for everybody. That really has impacted me in so many different ways. One has to do with compositionally. It gives me a context to really speak on from a personal standpoint. Sometimes I've written songs about people that I never met before. But right now I'm writing songs about my son, about our scenario, about racial profiling, about social issues, but I don't have to have imposter syndrome about it. I'm a part of this story. As an artist, we have a duty to use our platform for something good. At least that's what I think. That's what Nina Simone said. And many other artists have stood on their platform and used it for change, for social justice and everything else. I'm no different in that. I believe that music can be a force for good. Music can be a force and a conduit for change. And I don't take that for granted. So my entire walk at this point has to do with, you know, speaking for the voiceless and using myself as a change agent, using myself, using my story as a way to actually bring change for the people who aren't even thought of yet, the kids who don't have a voice.
Was a gifted guy. When he would paint his brush strokes, they'd seem to reach towards the sky, but yo, the colors were the greatest part. The vibrancy is shoot a hole straight through your heart. Like, am I looking at God? His mama did what she could for him. She worked a couple jobs to support him. She bought him new kicks so she could afford him. She loved the baby, but he needed to make some paper. If he was ever gonna make it, she would scream it at him. So we got this dead end 9 to 5, this next security gig at night, and he would count the hours one by one, and as his soul would slowly slip into space, he knew it had to be another way. And yeah, he had to get that paper made. And now the benefits weren't that great. Sell a couple bricks and he like, yo, we could be straight. It could always be the wrong night. Run into the wrong guys. Had to keep the peace on them. There's a couple of A's and just some leaf on them. Never been a gangster, just a dude that likes to doodle ruthless. The truth is, he didn't have a legal tendency. Stop rushing all this paper, Ricky. Brushes on the paper, Ricky. Too bad, but he could open in the gallery. The red and blue would shoot a multiplication over his cell phone. Another black man stole or didn't. They look into his pockets, they figured his vision. A bloodstained fist with an eye drawn on some loose leaf. Photo went viral on Newsweek. Dear Ricky, you should have done the impossible. Your decision to stay true to your art was honorable. We love you, we miss you. Just try to understand that the odds are stacked against you are a black man. 5 or 6 years ago when I started the group, it really was so that we could create some awareness around the situation, as well as to highlight the beauty and the potential excellence of Black life and Black music. So I really do feel like I have completed some goals, because since then, Black Wall Street's been televised. I've had many people come up to me and say, I had no idea about it, and then I saw it in this TV show, and then I saw it in this TV show. Why aren't we talking about it? So I think it is really, really important, especially for young people and people in general, to realize why the world looks the way it does. Many of us, as we're growing, we're not taught about the systemic racism that changes the way that our lives look and feel, and the segregation that we see just on an everyday basis. I think it's really important to speak about these pieces of history, because I think that they will help us to understand the bigger picture.
Falling over, starting over, starting over. Love is falling, starting over. Northern border, southern border, southern border. Love is broken at the border. Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love was written in the air. What you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love was written in the air. It's what we said it all true. If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. It's what you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. That it all true. Can we forgive her if love won't? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? 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 If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves?
How did we come together and establish chemistry? I reached out to Van on Twitter. That's how it started. I tweeted, I want to make a record with @VanHunt. And then @VanHunt replied. And he said, let's do it. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, this thing really works. And then I hit him in the DM and I shot my shot. And I was like, Van, I love your music. I've got a band. Would you be down to do some stuff? And he hit me back. That was the beginning of it.
And I was just like, man, these beat makers always on me. So I just thought he was a drum machine dude. But I like the name Nate. Nate's one of my favorite names. It's just so short and quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, man. It gets the job done.
That's it.
Then we met, and then I found out he was an incredible musician, played everything, better than me at everything. Maybe except singing Sledgehammer. I'm a little better than him at singing Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think what makes performing in Brooklyn so special for me, it's a different vibe. The audience is a very savvy audience in Brooklyn, and they, it's an audience full of artists and musicians, and I think it's people who can really appreciate what goes in to making the music happen.
What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment?
Love without pain would leave me wondering why I stay. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven, what would I do? Saving myself, ooh, but I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. Wanna make you feel the fire, wanna burn you with my bad days. Ooh, I wanna be unsatisfied so you can feel the heat coming from me, lady, lady, lady. What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Words without hate would leave me nothing left to say. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven, what would I do? Saving myself, ooh, I really wanna work it out down here in hell with you. 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 Here in hell with you. Here in hell with you. I'm ready for that, boy. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which are near me here. The lions I can see, think of this and grasp a helm. If when it's clearer, maybe time will lift the bigger fears. Fears reliable, it seems. Most of us are overwhelmed and overworked now. So it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Stand and deliver, to be counted with the others here. The riots I've seen, people can't control themselves, they're wilding out now. Space is a mirror, but perhaps we missed or didn't hear
As I recall, it seems people are just underwhelmed. They'll never see that far. In the chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, the chaos, chaos, chaos. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which I near me. The riots I've seen, think of this and grasp the helm. You're on the clock now. You're on the clock now.
My life in the sunshine. Whoa. Everybody loves the sunshine. Sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Woo. Sunshine. Get down in the sunshine. Sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers.
sunshine. Feel what I feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine. Feel what I feel when I feel what I feel when I'm feeling in the sunshine.
What is home? What does it look like, feel like, sound like? For most of us, home is a fleeting memory. Home is a fragmented dream that we dare to remember. Tonight on B-Sides, we welcome special guests bound together through stories of movement and belonging in the face of today's anti-immigrant global atmosphere. Rooted in the stilt of Sudan and Nubia, inspired by the eastern coast of Africa, it is my honor to introduce Al-Sara and the Nubatones. I'm Salam, sound artist, filmmaker, and fellow proud East African immigrant, and it is my pleasure to have them and you in our studio for an hour of performance and surreal conversation. Stay tuned.
شفت الحبايب قاموا قالوا السلام. يا يما شفت الحبايب قاموا قالوا السلام. أسياد الحضارة أسياد الطيبة أسياد الإيمان. يا يما شفت الحبايب قاموا قالوا السلام. يا يما قالوا السلام يا يما قالوا السلام ردي السلام.
Salam, salam, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
for being
much.
here.
Oh yeah, I don't use that now.
How are you guys?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, welcome you guys. Thanks for being here.
You all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Guys is a gender-neutral term.
I know, it's applicable for everyone.
Exactly.
Okay,
Those
fine.
are for all guys.
Salam Nubia, the first song, the opening song, Salam, meaning peace. As a greeting, Salam, and also as my name. What is it about peace that we open up with?
Well, I mean, I think for me with peace, I don't know, it's different for different people. For me with this song in particular, Salam Nubia, it's like a welcoming song, a greeting song. Communication can't happen if there is no peace. So you have to open any sort of happy occasion with some of that.
Yeah.
So this song is kind of like the welcome song, and it's your song.
And welcome everyone. So start off, if you'd like to introduce yourself and then introduce the band.
Sure. My name is Alsara. We are the Nubatones. The Nubatones are Mawena Kujovi on bass and vocals and trumpet. Rami Al-Asir on percussion and vocals. Brendan Terzik on oud. Nahid with me on vocals. And we are bringing you Sudanese and Nubian-inspired East African retro pop. Yeah.
And the East African retro pop, do you want to break that down, East African retro pop?
Well, it's retro pop. And let's start with that part, you know? It's music, it's pop music that's based in tradition, based in olden time music. It just happens to come from East Africa, and so, boom, there it is. It's so easy.
Yeah. And the way that you can get tradition to relive itself and enter the modern world in a way that that stays alive. I think you and the band does such an amazing job in making sure that that memory is still here and that we're still referencing things from the past. Before we get on to the next song, Ayan
Tavan.
Yeah.
Sick and Tired with Love.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the story of how you made the song and the girls that shared it with you?
I actually learned this song a few years ago out at a refugee camp called Yusuf Batil in an area called Maban between North Sudan and South Sudan. This song was written by 3 little girls, Muna and her friends, who taught it to me. And it's a love song. It's just like a simple love song about, you know, being sick and tired with love, and even if you bring me a doctor, I still won't be okay because I'm so in love, and my lover is far away from me. And I mean, the song is really simple, but really beautiful and really sweet. And I think for me, the time that I spent with them out there was amazing in terms of musically enriching. I learned so much new music, and so much of it original music written by a lot of the people that taught it to me, including these 3 little girls who were like 11 to 15. And I just thought it was amazing that in the midst of a refugee camp and so much intense, what would be called desperation, they were writing these beautiful little light love songs. And it gave me so much affirmation and also such a sense of belonging, you know, because my relationship with Sudan has always been really tense. I think for a lot of people who have left home forcibly, there's this sense of rejection you battle with when you're older. I don't know, maybe it's just me and I'm being emo, but
no, it's not just you.
But you know, it's like that you battle with, and for me, it's, you know, especially with a place like Sudan, it's such a conservative place, and there's so much love there, but there's such a tense, how do you go home, how do you not go home? And I think a lot of immigrants feel it, like when they, you know, there's that saying, anything you touch, you change, and anything, you know, that you change changes you. And that's with travel and moving and leaving and rerouting. And so coming home becomes always more and more complicated. So for me, with these girls, they gave me a sense of coming home.
Right. And without further ado, here is Ayan Taban.
Do it.
أبكي المرار المبكي بلا وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلك بجبينك بالألم وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلك بجبينك بالألم حبي لك زي العشرة والشجر قلب جذب حبي لك زي العشرة والشجر قلب جذب ماشيين سوا نفتش مطرة وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلك بجبينك بالألم وين يا وطن وين يا زمن غضبان من سنين تتمطى وتفلك بجبينك بالألم فلاني 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 لما موسم الفراق يطول يستحال حتى الهجرة للشمال ما تجاوب السؤال ليه ما نبقى زي طيور خريطة ولا جواز ليه ما نبقى زي طيور خريطة ولا جواز فلاني 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 فلاني
Thank you. And that second song, Ya Watan, I'd like to talk a bit about that one. I was able to get a little bit of a translation, so I'm going to translate it, even though I'm sure it sounds so much better in Arabic. Ya Watan, where is the homeland? Where is the time? Angry from years that stretch and hit it across the face with pain. Your blood runs rivers of salt while I die of thirst next to you. I tried to drink until I imploded, crying the bitterness that I can't be swallowed. Where is the homeland? Where is the time, angry from years that stretch and hit it across the face with pain? My love for you, just like companionship and the trees, has become waterless. We go together in search of rain. And that was the second song that we played after. And I'd like to talk a bit about that one because where we are today, this week, these past few weeks, this year, last year, everything, we're questioning what it means to be home. And I think your music and a lot of music and what music can do is get us to identify with something that is conceptual and borderless, but also let us know that we are fragmented beings that might not have a home, and maybe that's okay. What do you have to say about that?
I used to always feel like a fragmented being, that maybe it's okay to not have a home, but more and more recently I'm beginning to realize that the issue we feel like we can't find a home is that we're intersectional beings that are trying to squeeze ourselves into homogenous concepts of home, and that's not how we work as humans. We are intersectional. Everything in the world that is around us right now is intersectional. Everything that's happening, it's not one isolated incident. It's not just the travel ban. It's Standing Rock and the travel ban and the Black Lives Matter and the, and the health issues and the education issues. And this is something that is happening globally. This idea that we're seeing, the concept of the nation state that tried to create one concept of a national failing over and over and over, because humans are not one-dimensional beings. We're intersectional, multi-dimensional beings. And so it doesn't work that way. It just will never work that way.
I agree.
That was that.
Yeah, and that leads us to Fulani, the song you played after, where you ask, why can't we be like birds without map or a passport?
Yeah.
And again, with music and how that can allow us to feel completely free, where we don't need to identify or define.
Yeah, and where we can also feel completely anchored. For me, music has always been like the safety space, where you can explore your ideas of everything freely, including who you are. And that doesn't have to be a stagnant thing. It never should be a stagnant thing.
I agree. And is there, I know that specifically, as much as we're all going through it, specifically the 6 countries that were banned with, would you like to speak on what is currently going on in terms of the ban?
In
terms of not being allowed to come back into the States if you don't have a visa.
Well, it's interesting because I'm a citizen. But I'm a student. It says on my passport that I was born in Sudan, and so my entitlement to my passport was always questioned at the border, including at the border coming in here before Trump was around. So to me, this isn't new. This is not new at all. And for every Sudanese person that I know, getting rejected from a visa is a really normal thing, and I think for a lot of people. And again, I go back to the idea that this travel ban is not an isolated, singular thing. It's actually it's part of a bigger problem. It's part of a big business supremacist regime takeover that's happening in front of everybody, and that started years ago. It's just kind of coming to fruition at the moment. So the travel ban is an unfortunate reality that has been a long time coming.
I agree. And back to the album, we have our next song, which is Manara, which is the title track to the album. Would you guys like to talk to us about the process of making the album?
Yeah, we actually took a creative sabbatical in Morocco in last year, and we created this album, and it was also when people were talking about the quote-unquote refugee crisis, and I don't know, we're all people that kind of started off in different places and ended up in different places, and I think a lot of people in New York and kind of in the US can identify with that through generations. But in this journey of life, it's like, for me, my story started on the banks of the Nile, you know, like in Khartoum. And then from there, it kind of moved and turned. And as I met different people, as I moved and went, there's one thing I've always understood that we all have in common, which is that we just want to be remembered. We just want someone to remember us. That's why we're having families, we have babies, we have, you know, we make art, we do all of that. And I think that's even why we make war. We want to make sure someone is remembering us as being right. And for me, though, this tumultuous journey, there should always be a moment when you need to rest, a moment when you need to pour out your secrets and speak. And for me, that moment of rest has always happened by the Nile. And so for me, it's always been sort of like the anchor and the lighthouse in the journey. So Manara, it's the title track from the album, because it's about a moment of serenity in the middle of the storm. So like, you know, like we spoke about it before, it's almost hopeful, but it's not. It's realistic, but it is hopeful in the sense of like it's getting ready to move forward. So Manara means the lighthouse.
Yeah, and it keeps us moving.
Yeah.
يا ما نعرف شاطئ هنرسى في ظل عيونك ونصب أسرار رحلتنا الدايرة بين عيونك يا دنيا سرابك جذاب حضن حبايبك غدار دنيا سرابك جذاب حضن حبايبك غدار التاريخ أسطورة كتبوها الفاز في يومها مسحوا الباقي بدون ما نعرف حتى وجوده يا دنيا سرابك جذاب حضن حبايبك غدار دنيا سرابك جذاب حضن حبايبك غدار
نار.
Put it up.
Thank you. And you already know this, but that's my favorite song on the album, so I'm very excited to hear it. And nar means fire.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something that it really evokes this energy, this call to action almost. And additionally with that megaphone effect, it kind of has that mood that you're just like screaming it out into the streets, getting everybody to like come out into the streets and feel like we're out here together. I got a bit of a translation on there as well. They said, be patient with poverty. Heaven will be yours. Force fed you with opium and stole what was between your hands. When you woke up and protested the banks of colonization, refused the economic powers, refused this slavery, bang on the drum and light the fires. The Hakmat sang a song of war that can't be marched. You who walks the night and walks past my door, take my longing with you to my home. And what is the Hakmat, first of all?
Oh, Hakamat. Hakamat are a kind of singers and tribe poetry. Like, I don't know how to explain them. Their role. The Hakamat are from Western Sudan, from the Darfur area, and they are basically the voice of war in the tribe, but it's not the voice of war. I don't know how to explain it, because that sounds really violent, and that's not what they do. But they sing the epic battle songs. That's a better way. Yeah. English is coming. Yeah. They sing the epic epic battle songs. They sing a lot of the anthemic songs that kind of praise the bravery of the men of the tribe, and they are oftentimes a lot of the wisest voices in the tribe, and tend to be older women, and they have a very powerful and important role in the tribe itself, in the public sphere.
Right.
So the Hakamat usually, if they demand a call to war, war will happen. So that their battle cry is a powerful one.
And in Ethiopia we have something similar called the shilala, and it gets you riled up and ready for war, and this war isn't. I mean, it's defense almost in a way to defend your homeland, defend where you come from, defend. What in Nar? What are you defending?
Well, for me, I feel like I don't know, this is an anthemic song, and for me, I wrote it because I felt like, even in today's age, so my first tape that I got when I was like 4 was this tape that was being passed around underground in Sudan in like 1986, and it was a tape that was put together by a collective of leftist writers and creatives, led by a musical director and a choir and poets, and they wrote this amazing body of musical work that was kind of encouraging people to vote, letting people know about their rights, and it was really anthemic, and I loved this tape. And I memorized it from front to back. My parents are activists, so I grew up marching with them, and I felt like we really needed a song like that today, because I felt like oftentimes you're told to be patient with a lot of inevitable poverty, with your options being either colonization or some sort of fascist statehood. And so what are these options? These are not options. This is not who we are. This is not what we're supposed to be. That is not, all these institutions that were put into place to protect our humanity keep failing us over and over. And so it's time to ask some questions.
Right.
So that was what that song was about.
Yeah, and you could feel it. You could feel it, definitely. I want to talk a bit about the band fully and the relationship amongst you guys together. I know your sister is in the band as well. What's it like to be touring with your sister and performing?
Awesome.
Yeah.
It is. It's really fun. I mean, we're like a musical family. This band actually I started with Rami, is how we all started together. And then we brought in Mowena. And before Brandon, we had Brandon's teacher, Haig Manukian, who was all of our teachers. And he passed away a few years ago and was replaced by Brandon. And so this band is like, it's a musical family. We're an old school band.
Right.
You know, we arrange everything together, we tour together, we fight together, we cook together. I'm banned from making breakfast because I keep oversalting eggs. So, you know.
Are there particular favorite songs on the album from each of you guys? I'm going to give you guys all a chance to speak, if possible.
I also like Nara. I'm glad Nara made it on. There was a moment where Nara was like kind of on the cutting edge.
Yeah, I was sort of on the chopping board.
And I'm glad, especially with what's going on right now, that did come on.
Yeah. I almost want to play Not again.
Yeah, when we first wrote Nar, I kept telling Rami, I was like, I'm going to call it the IMF song.
And I know you recently did a Tiny Desk concert at NPR, and you also did an interview with NPR, and there's a quote on the interview that you did with NPR that I'd like to bring back, because I think, similar to Nar, it evokes this empowerment that happens when you have so many oppressed identities. It's easy to feel like a victim, and it's justified to feel like a victim, but it's also, it could bring you down, and there's an empowerment that is in your music and is also just in the way that you guys keep moving, and that is, I wasn't from any one place anymore. Sudanese people said I wasn't Sudanese enough. Arabs said I wasn't an Arab. Americans said I wasn't American. I used to be like, I don't belong anywhere. Now I'm like, you're all mine, all my countries, you're all mine.
It's true, you are all mine. I forgot to mention that on your way in. It's a wrap.
Okay, well, moving forward, we are going to play, well, this is not on Manara, but this is going to be, this is a remake. It's a traditional song that is constantly remade into contemporary music. And do you want to talk a little bit about Nuba Nutu?
Yeah, Nuba Nutu is a Nubian song, a traditional Nubian song. I like to think of it as the unofficial Nubian anthem. And actually, when the Nubatone started as a project, it started as a conversation between Rami and I about the songs of return. He was writing his thesis on modern Egyptian culture at the time. I won't bring up your thesis again, I promise.
No, I'll bring it up. Modern Egyptian culture. Tell me more.
No. We're not allowed to talk about it anymore. It's over. That time is over.
It's a good bedtime story.
So for me, this song felt like one of the most anthemic songs. Nubian people kind of experienced a huge modern day displacement that happened in the late 1960s with the building of the High Dam, and there's still dams being built today, actually. And so for me as an immigrant who is also Nubian, we were talking about listening to these songs now as an immigrant in another space, and relating to those songs of return that were written after the dam was built, and they were songs about a home that you can't go back to. So relating to that now as immigrants in another place. It had a really interesting perspective. So to me, I feel like the song is one of the anchors of that of the band, if you will.
And specifically, you're East African, you're Sudanese, but you're very specifically Nubian too. Do you want to talk a bit about what it means to be specifically Nubian?
Well, so Nubia is like this area between North Sudan and South Egypt, and it used to be one area, and then when British colonization happened, and then Sudan became a separate country from Egypt, they kind of put like a line in the middle. So there's like a line that goes through half the town. So Nubian people kind of grew up between both areas. You know, my family grew up between Egypt and Sudan. My grandmother was born and raised in Egypt and lives there now. But the rest of my family all lives in Sudan, and so we kind of they kind of run between the two between Sudan and Egypt very easily. And for me, being Nubian is a part of my being Sudanese. Sudan, there's like 57 major tribes, not counting sub-tribes in Sudan. Ethiopia, 80. Kenya, 48, I think. Uganda, I think it was like 20 something. I can't remember. But you know, so diversity is the norm in Africa. It is the norm. And the modern day borders that were set up into place don't really fully express what it means to be from that one place. And that's, I think, why there's so much identity conflict, identity and resource-based conflict happening all over Africa and soon all over the world. So it's learn. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you look in the past to learn about your present. That's how you move forward. So you can't go forward if you don't know about where you're from. So Nubanutu. So yeah, this is the anthem of the Nubian folks. You guys, there's like, this is the last song. So if you feel like making noise, the worst case scenario is that they'll kick you out after the show. Yeah, they can't interrupt the live taping. Just kidding. But really, it's better when you're having fun.
Oh
Thanks, guys. Yay.
Thank you. And before we close off, how do we keep up with you? What's next? Are you on tour? What's going on?
Yeah, we are. We're going on tour in Europe in the middle of March. We're going to start in France, March 16th. You can follow us on the socials, Facebook, Twitter, and all that good jazz on
DC
Instagram.
tomorrow night?
Yeah, we're going to be in DC tomorrow night. If you guys know anyone in DC, tell your friends, to tell their friends to come.
We can all carpool and head over to DC.
Yeah, that's not tomorrow.
More information about at El Sada and the Nubatones.
Yeah, El Sada and the Nubatones on Facebook, El Sada 5000 on Twitter, El Sada and the Nubatones also on Instagram. So just follow us along. We update stuff on our website, but yeah.
Yeah, and Bric is also going to be doing a profile on El Sada and the Nubatones. So look out for that. It'll be a good 15 minutes or so of just full-on story and more interpretations and more dialogue and more access, and everything you'll have more from Bric and El Sada and the Nubatones. So our segment is coming to an end, but before we close out, I'd like to give a big thanks to our guests, El Sada and the Nubatones. Thank you for sharing the music and stories of Manara. You can rewatch this and all past episodes of B-Sides on our YouTube channel at the link below. Also, check out our SoundCloud page on Bric Radio. I'm your host, Salam Bakala, and thanks for tuning in. Stay safe and good night, Brooklyn.
The road was
It's your boy Ray DeJean, host, producer of Lapaholics Live. Guess what? It's season number 7, and we got a brand new episode coming at you. And I'm gonna step to the side. I've been hosting too much. I want to let my comedian comrade friends take over the show. Not only are they headliners, but they're also a super host. That's the way we're gonna do it today. I got my man Timmy Hall, all the way from B-More in the building, baby.
That's right, man. Your boy Timmy Hall, aka the Comic Cop. Ray DeJean decided to let us host this year, man, and I'm excited. I can't wait. It's gonna be a great time. We're gonna have a good time. We got some great comics in the building. And man, this is the one. Oh my God, I cannot wait to tear this show down.
And I am telling you, and I'm guaranteeing 100%, I put all my money on it. It is going to be awesome. It's Lapaholics Live Season 7. Let's go. All right, guys, welcome out to a brand new episode of Lapaholics Live. Give yourselves a round of applause for coming out. Give it up for my DJ in the corner, DJ Barry Blends. Give it up for Barry Blends. Man, when I tell you we got a super show for you tonight, it is going to be incredible. Now, I'm stepping aside. I'm bringing what I call my headliner, my super host for this evening. I'm going to allow him to take over the show. Is that okay with you guys? Coming to the stage all the way from Baltimore, Maryland, one of my good friends in comedy. When I tell you he's funny as hell, that's an understatement. Please put your hands together for my man, Mr. Timmy Hall. Y'all give it up.
What's up, y'all? This is your boy Timmy Hall, aka the Comic Cop from Baltimore, Maryland, hosting tonight the Lapaholics show for Bric TV at the Linda One Dive and Diner in Brooklyn, New York. This is the place to be. Hey, Timmy Hall, aka the Comic Cop from Baltimore, live in the building in Brooklyn, New York. Come get it.
Brooklyn, I'm here, man. Thank y'all for having me. First of all, this is my favorite part of New York, Brooklyn and shit. I love Brooklyn. That's the shit here. But y'all got some fucked up shit, too. Last time I came in, this motherfucker done stole my car. I called for Uber. He showed back up in my car. I said, fuck Brooklyn. He said, where you headed? I said, the police station, bitch. You done took my car. I love Brooklyn. This ain't no, and I love the women in Brooklyn. Like 2019, please stop all that goddamn trying to lose weight. If you big in 2019, stay big. Y'all be. I hate women every year. That's New Year's Eve. Y'all do the same shit. I'ma lose weight in January. Then March come. I'm maintain the weight I already got. Then June come. Fuck it. Be happy with who you are. I love big women. If you big, stay. I love big women. My wife, I love that shit because y'all do amazing shit. You ever take a big woman to an amusement park and she tell you, I'm going to get something to eat and come back with some food that nobody else got in the whole park? Like, how the fuck you find shrimp scampi and King's Dominion, Sharice? She's talking about, what the fuck, what's the secret, bitch? And if you big, do me a favor. Stop wearing certain prints. Stop wearing that zebra print shit. That shit is terrible. I'm fucking with one girl with some zebra print lingerie on. She laying in bed talking about, what do I look like? I said, you look endangered. You like you the only one left. How the fuck you an elephant zebra? How the fuck you can't be an elephant and a zebra? Pick an animal. Pick a goddamn animal. You an elephant zebra. Look at all the women looking at their clothes. He ain't talking about me, this leopard. It's hard, man. And first of all, I do comedy, and when Ray got me doing I do comedy all around the country. But I ain't just a comedian. He ain't tell you I'm actually a Baltimore City police officer too. I know. Wait a minute, I know y'all hate the police. I hate y'all too. So fuck all y'all. Let's get this shit out the way. Y'all don't like me. I don't like y'all. I'm there for the benefits and the credit union. I ain't there for shit else. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Matter of fact, y'all drink up, baby. Drink up. Because after the show, I go in the bathroom, put my uniform on, and pull all y'all fuck up. You are so funny. Shut up and get in the car, man. Shut up. Shut up and get in the car. It's hard being the cop of 2019. I can't even beat my son. He fucking up so bad, I can't even beat him. He was fucking up in school. I'm in full uniform. My wife told me, go up and beat his little ass. I go upstairs to beat his little ass. I open the door. He got his back turned. As soon as I open the door, he gonna turn around with a Black Lives Matter shirt on and start backing the fuck up. I turn around, his brother videotaping. I said, they done set me up. Shit! How the fuck I'm gonna beat on a Black Lives Matter shirt on? And it's hard, man, because white cops and black cops different. I love the white police. Y'all understand? White police, them motherfuckers, they ain't racist. They just overzealous. They love their job. Oh, motherfuckers can't wait. They do shit like show up to the call before the call even comes the fuck out. White cops can't wait to get a call. 11:23, 11:23. I got a black male. 10-4, I'm already here. Not black police. Y'all know black people. We lazy as shit. We don't do shit at work. 11:23. 11:23. 11:23. 11:23. They call my cell phone. Hello, who this? The dispatch. Answer your fucking radio. And I ain't no racist, Cap. I hate racism. But I ain't gonna lie. If you black, I don't pull you over if you black. I refuse to pull you over if you black. I ain't doing that shit. But if you white, I'll pull you over all fucking day. Oh, not because I'm racist. Let me tell you why. White people got something that black people don't have. Their registration. I don't know what y'all motherfuckers do with y'all. You ever ask a black person for a car registration? They look at you like you asked for a credit report. I asked one girl for a registration. She done fucked around and popped the trunk. Why you pop the fucking trunk? Why is your shit in the trunk? There's one guy, I said license registration about, I want a lawyer. For your registration? I want a lawyer. Y'all laugh. My son, 5 years old, he talking about he gonna be a cop. I can't let him be a cop. He's 5 years old, and I already know he gonna be a dirty cop at 5. He in the house playing cops and robbers with his cousin. He got my shirt on my hat. He gonna grab his cousin, gonna throw him on the ground, put his knee in the back, talking about, where the drugs? His cousin said, I don't have no drug. He gonna reach in his pocket with a Ziploc bag full of sugar. He gonna throw it right in front of him tomorrow. So what the fuck is that? I said, get over here right now. I said, don't you ever throw no drugs in front of a suspect like that. Go back and put that shit in his pocket like I taught you. Fuck is wrong with you? You gonna fuck around and get us both caught. Y'all laughing. I'm from Baltimore. I ain't realize how fucked up Baltimore was. Crime fucked up. Y'all knew Baltimore was fucked up. Motherfucker tried to rob me one time in Baltimore. I'm waiting for a tow truck and he gonna carjack me. Waiting for a tow truck. I'm in the car. He gonna put a gun in my head. Talking about get out the car. I start laughing. Why you laughing? I said, you'll see. He gonna get in the car. Talking about. Fuck you, a carjack, wait for a tow truck. And I ain't gonna lie, I don't believe y'all. I know why y'all don't trust in the police, because Baltimore got it bad. And I'm gonna tell you why Baltimore fucked up. It ain't that police don't want to help. Let me tell you why Baltimore fucked up. We broke as shit. We got broke ass city. You don't believe me? Yeah, come to Baltimore. We got the most ragged ass police cars you ever seen in your fucking life. You think a police car fucked up when you pull somebody for a violation on their car and your car got the same violation? I said, excuse me, sir, your headlight is out. Yours too. And your windshield cracked. I parked my car and jumped in his car and deputized her. Raise your right hand, motherfucker. We riding together. Y'all think that's fucked up. I knew Baltimore was broke. We done messed around and ran out of crime scene tape. How you run out of crime scene tape? Somebody got shot and killed. I had to put happy birthday streamers around the motherfucker by. They did. Well, happy birthday around us by this. Oh. This is how I knew Baltimore was broke. We only had the police dogs no more. They done got rid of the dogs. They ain't tell nobody. One time somebody broke in the store. I called for a police dog. I said, I said, the canine unit. I said, this dog gonna tear his ass up. Oh, this is it now. I'm waiting for the dog. He gonna open the door. I'm looking for a dog. This motherfucker got a parrot. He gonna spit a parrot in. The parrot gonna come out shaking to about, he in there. Next thing I know, he fly away. I said, where you going? He said, Black Lives Matter. And I ain't gonna lie, it's fucked up. This is my last year being a cop. This is it. I'm gonna do comedy full time because I gotta quit. I got medical problems. I can't. Nah, fuck that. I got allergies. How you a cop taking Benadryl? I chased the motherfucker last week. He gonna run through some fresh cut grass. I just looked at him. My sergeant said, "You better get him." I said, "You don't see all that piling out there? I'll catch his ass in the fall." I don't like to fight anyway. First of all, you gotta learn how to fight to be a cop. I can't fight for shit. I'm a punk bitch. I get my ass beat up. Anybody ever get beat up before? You ever get beat up, then go home and practice the moves you should have done? Nigga beat the shit out of me. I said, damn, I knew I should have grabbed his pinky when he choked me. Nigga beat the shit out of me. I got beat up 2 weeks ago in full uniform. He gonna beat my ass. They gonna grab my radio, tell my officer down. They said, where the suspect? He said, I'm still here. Run! Why you still here? Y'all laughing. My wife, she think every time something happens, I'm supposed to get involved. Let me say to y'all something right now. When I'm on, I'm off. When I'm off, I'm off. I'm always the fuck off. I don't give a fuck. I don't do shit. We in the bank one day. Some guy come up with a ski mask, the gun, to get on the ground, and don't nobody say shit. I'm the first one hit the ground. So not today. She gonna tap me, get up and do something. You're a police officer. I said, you know what, baby, you're right. I said, excuse me, sir. She talking. I bet you shut the fuck up now. She talks too fucking much. That's why I don't take my wife to no clubs. Stop taking your woman to clubs. Man, stop taking your wife out. Because first of all, women, y'all don't know when to shut the hell up. You ever take a woman to a club and she get involved in an argument with somebody bigger than you and they gonna look at you like you supposed to help? My wife's staring at me. I'm staring. We having a staring contest. I'm just looking at her. He said, Timmy, that guy trying to get my phone number. I said, girl, you better give it to him. He cute. He fine as shit. Don't you let him go. Look how fine he is. He is fine. All of a sudden, she gonna try to hurt my feelings, trying to be a man. Talking about, won't you be a man for a change? I'm laughing. Said, why you laughing? I said, because I ain't been a man all this time. Why am I start today? Won't he do it? Yes, he will, bitch. So I go over to the guy. I said, what's your name? He said, my name Mike. He all big as shit. I said, I ain't trying to fight. I want to talk. You trying to holler at my wife, you better have a good job. How much you make a year? He said, 500,000. I said, whatever, Mike. You want to be at my wife, you better have a nice car. What kind of car you got? He said, a Mercedes-Benz. I said, whatever, Mike. They asked another question, Mike. He said, what? I said, you got a boyfriend? He said, no. I said, you want one? Because you everything I'm looking for. You ready to get the show started? Me? I said, yeah. He said, yeah. Coming to the stage right here, Laughaholics, right here with Bric TV. Clap right now, clap right now, clap right now. Get it for my man, Mr. Stefan Hightower.
Yo, this is Stefan Hightower from St. Louis. I'm outside of Lindenwood Diner, finna hop on this Laughaholics. What's up, Brooklyn? How y'all doing? Give it up for y'all hosts one more time, y'all. Show them some love, show y'all some love. I'm glad to be here, y'all. I am. It's an exciting time in my life. I recently just met my dad's side of the family. Thank you. I just haven't met my dad yet, so. Waiting on that. I've been hearing stuff about him, though. Somebody told me that he was a pastor, y'all, a preacher. This dude's a false-ass prophet. Like, how you reaching out to the Son of God, but you haven't reached out to the Son of you yet? I don't understand. They caught y'all back there late. It's cool. I told myself that when I grow older, I was going to be a better man than my daddy, though, right? I'm trying, though, y'all, but I'm just lazy. I'm lazy. Like, I just watch TV too much. That's all I do is watch TV. I was watching this show on True TV the other day, and they was interviewing convicted felons about decorating your jail cell, making your jail cell look all pretty and stuff. So they was interviewing this lady, and they asked her why she don't want to decorate hers. And she said, because I don't want to feel like home, I don't want to feel comfortable. I felt her. Then they asked her, well, how much time are you serving? She said, 25 to life without parole. I looked at TV like, ma'am, if you don't get a welcome mat. Put some curtains up, that's home sweet home. It's a lot of TV, man. I seen this other show on MTV called Dating Naked. Yeah, I must have seen this show. Now, if you haven't, I'm explaining it to you. You go on a blind date with somebody you never met, butt naked. I think Jesus made this show. But the fact that it's on TV, they can't show you being naked. So what they do is they put blurs to cover up your private parts. You know, the women, the man. But I thought to myself, me personally, if I was on this TV show, y'all, I wouldn't want no small little blur. Don't give me no small blur. I want a long blur. Like, I want a blur so long, it like I'm on your TV screen just gliding. I want an upside down Wi-Fi signal, you feel me? And I ain't even saying I need a long blur. I just think it make good TV. Straight up, man. I feel like family is the fakest people in our lives. They so fake. I got an auntie who always talk about my other auntie baby daddy. She be like, oh, he lazy and he don't like to work. This is the thing though, y'all. He been shot 3 times. He's on disability. He gets paid not to work. I'm tired of punching the clock. I'm thinking about shooting myself in the foot. Family too fake, man. Family will talk stuff behind your back all year long and then see you at the family reunion and ask you to be their spades partner. And I'm petty, I'd be your partner. But I renege on purpose. I cut you out. You play the king of spades, I play the ace of spades. It's 3-on-1. Family, man. I can't stand my family, y'all. I got an uncle, this dude begs so much, he would ask you for change if he heard you got a job interview. He came to me one time talking about some, nephew, I heard you got a job interview. Yo, let me hold $10 to get your first paycheck. I said, my first paycheck? I got to pay myself back? That don't even sound right. My favorite uncle was locked up, though, y'all. He in prison. He mad at me right now, y'all. He talking about something, I'm not real. Because when I got my tax money, I ain't send him no money. I'm like, listen, bro, I'm struggling on the outside. How I'm help somebody on the inside? Then I had to break it down. So I'm like, listen, bro, I stay by myself paying $5.50 for rent. You got a roommate and y'all live for free. You get 3 guaranteed meals a day. I work in fast food. I got to hide to eat my burger so I won't get fired. You in there lifting weights, getting all big and whatever you want to. I'm so busy, I don't even use my gym membership. Let me tell y'all something. Having a gym membership and not going to the gym is like paying child support and not seeing your kids. I pay gym support, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Love my family, man. Love my family, man. Like, I got an auntie who growing up, we always went over her house for family gatherings. And it seemed normal. Only problem is, like, she got all the roaches at our house. Yeah, y'all saying, oh, yeah, that's not. Only thing about it, like, everybody in New York got roaches. Oh, no? Oh, not in Brooklyn. Huh? I live in the Bronx. Everybody got roaches in the Bronx. Everybody. Everybody. Even I got them. And it's so crazy. Back home, only dirty people got roaches. I'm from St. Louis. It's so crazy. I got tired of it, though. I asked my mama one day, I said, Mama, why we always got to go over her house? She got roaches. Why they can never come over our house for family gathering? And she was like, because we don't want they roaches coming over here. Y'all know people with roaches like the shirt. And my auntie had some thug roaches, too, y'all. One time I seen these roaches jump a spider. They stole the spider web, tied it on top of the kitchen counter, and used it to budget jump cord into the macaroni and cheese. Y'all been over somebody else so nasty you have to start bringing your own dishes over there? When it's dinner time, you go into the car, you leave it, and I left my bowl and my plate in the car. Don't let you leave your dishes over there neither. You left your cup over here, now that's your cup now. I was born and raised in St. Louis, y'all. Y'all know the Black Lives Matter movement kind of started when Mike Brown got killed. I was out there, we was protesting. They gave us the 12 o'clock curfew and told us as long as we was peaceful, we can protest. But that's not what happened. It got dark like around 9 o'clock. The police went crazy. They started shooting tear gas cans into the crowd. Like, it was burning. My eyes was going crazy. I ran to the nearest McDonald's, y'all, asking for some water. I got the water and rinsed it out my eyes, and all I saw was smoke and black people scattered all over the place. And the only thing I could think was, God damn, this is what roaches feel like when you bomb your house. Whole time I thought I was protesting. Turns out I was at my auntie's house. All right, y'all, I'm Stefan Hightower. That's my time.
I get drunk and I stumble to the phone and conjure up a bone when I'm alone.
Y'all keep it going for Stefan Hightower. Y'all keep it going for Stefan Hightower. Oh, man. God, man. Y'all get up on the man talking about roaches. Get the shit out of me. Make sure you don't fuck around and take one of some St. Louis roaches home fucking with him. Bitch, there go Nelly. Oh, man. And like I said, man, I love people. Black, white, shit, but I love everybody, man. I don't care if you gay or straight, but I ain't gonna lie. Is it me or gay people every fucking way? I don't care, but they gave me a gay police partner. I wasn't mad because he was gay. I was mad because they didn't tell me. This is how I found out he was gay. By the way, he gonna describe a suspect on the radio. But I'm looking for a black male, wavy hair, mocha skin, hazel eyes, and a chiseled chest. I said, what the fuck we looking for? Usher? Who the fuck is this? I don't see the same people you see. You must got some gay eyes. I don't see that. I just saw a black male with muscles. I ain't see all that other shit. Then I saw the picture. I was like, he right, he is cute. He fine as shit. And I'll talk about gay people because I had to be gay one time. For 13 minutes, my wife got me tickets to go skydiving, bro. You ever been skydiving? Don't go. What they do is strap another man to the back of your ass while you float down the earth. But the whole time, he kissing the back of my neck and blowing in my ear. I said, you better stop. He just shut up, bitch, before I drive you. He gonna start asking questions. Who your daddy? You! You my fucking daddy. You my fucking daddy. I don't talk about gay people anyway. I got a gay cousin of mine. I love him to death, like my best friend. And love him for his birthday. He decided he want to take me to one of his little gay clubs. And I said, look, man, I'm going to go in here with you, have a drink and leave, but today you my boyfriend, nigga. We together. We are a couple. I go into that gay club, and women go to gay clubs for fun. Their clubs are beautiful, aren't they, y'all? Oh, my God, they are gorgeous. They got that little techno in me that... That shit'll get you. I'm like, oh, shit, then I heard, give me that dick. Whose song is that? Who, they got their own DJ. I didn't know they had their own music. So we get to the bar, we laughing and joking, reminiscing about old times. All of a sudden, some guy asks him to dance. He take off and leave me by myself. Now all of a sudden, I got to take it. I know men can smell fresh meat. I ain't gonna lie. 20 guys try to holler at me. And I never understood women and one night stands, but now I get it, women, because some men can say some shit. Because one man almost got this ass. He was close. This man almost had me. I said, oh, you almost got me. If you was my man, you would never have to work again. I said, do tell, what? I ain't gotta work? Oh, you gotta talk to me. Sit right here. We gonna talk all night and figure this out. Of course I ain't do it because I ain't gay. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't do it. But that shit was on my mind all day at work. I went to work and asked, what's wrong with you? I said, this might be my last day. I ain't sure yet. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do, but when I figure it out, me and Charles work it out. If I can get that dick taste out my mouth, I'm good. I ain't gotta take this shit with y'all. Fuck this job. He got good insurance. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just joking around. I ain't gay, man. I'm married now. It's hard being married 2019. Because first of all, y'all women, y'all play too much. My wife gonna text me one time. I can't wait to make love to you tonight. It's gonna be the best sex we ever had. I text her back. I can't wait, diva. She gonna text back. Disregard that last text. That wasn't for you. LOL. So I texted back the letters H-U-C-K. She'll call, what's H-U-C-K? What's huck? I said, that's the sound of me choking you, bitch. Huck. 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 You won't say that shit no more. Huck. Look at all the men writing that down. H-U-C-K. You gonna fucking choke the shit out of you. Huck. Go out tonight if you want to. Huck. That's the new word. Hashtag. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't mess with y'all women, though. Because first of all, men, please stop cheating on your woman, first of all. Stop. Because first of all, men do not know how to cheat. We are the dumbest people in the world. We get caught every time. And never cheat on a woman with a cell phone. Your dumb ass don't know how to work. I'm on the phone with my girlfriend. My wife called. I press the button. We all in a three-way. I ain't know what the... I just start making noise. Timmy, I know that's you. Stop playing, Timmy. I'm going to do this all night, bitch. Ain't nobody getting through. And I ain't gonna lie, certain women I don't mess with. I don't mess with married women no more. I had a married woman break my heart. She gonna come to the club with another guy, wasn't even her husband. I called her husband right up. I said, man, your wife is down here cheating on you. So who the fuck is this? I said, this is her boyfriend. Now get down here. Because we are losing her. This ain't fair to us. What we do to her? We treat her well. But I tell you this much, women. I tell you this much for a fact. But men, you gotta understand something. Women are very vindictive. Women that get your ass back. They love you, but they'll get you back. When women hurt, oh man, women that get you back and hurt you even worse. I'm telling you. I ain't gonna lie, because I found out my wife was going out with another guy one time because she got tired of my shit. I said, I'm not gonna say nothing. What I'm gonna do is follow her ass around and catch her and act like I got your ass and be done with her. I followed my wife around with another guy. I couldn't even say shit. He was treating my wife better than I could ever treat her. I said, shit. I was surprised she stayed this long. What the fuck you wasting your time with me for? I ain't shit. He's so good to my wife. I came home, had my pajamas on. She walked in the house. I wasn't even mad. I was like one of her girlfriends. So, girl, how was he? Girl, you look so happy. Fuck you with me for? You are happy. You can't even walk straight. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I love y'all women. I do, man. I do. It is hard, man. It's hard. Because the biggest problem with relationships is sex. Biggest problem with sex. Man, we gotta start learning how to put it down in the bedroom and do better shit. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, because we get complacent and don't want to do certain shit. So for Halloween, I did something sexy for my wife. I said, for Halloween, I'm gonna do the role playing. I had my full police uniform on and kicked the door in and did the role playing shit and made love to my wife. The whole time I'm making love to my wife with my uniform on, she's shaking her ass off. I said, oh, Timmy, you wearing her out tonight. Come to find out, I done fucked around and left my gun butt on. I was tasting her ass. Just, almost killed her. I looked at that shit like, almost killed her ass. Almost killed my wife. Almost went to jail. And I don't talk about sex in my act, because first of all, I don't talk about sex, because first of all, a lot of y'all women, y'all play too many games with your bodies. I have no idea when a period begins to end. My wife believe every week she should be dead by now. I ain't never seen no shit like, I can't do nothing this week. It's that time of the month. The second week, I must be stressed out. I'm usually off by this time, but I'm on longer than usual. The third week, I'm talking, can we do something tonight? You know what, Timmy? I got a toothache. I think it's pulling on my uterus, causing me to bleed. The fourth week, her birthday week, and told, where are we going for my birthday? I said, the blood bank, bitch. You been bleeding for 3 fucking weeks. But I should kill you, bitch. You need some Gatorade and get your electrolytes up. Fuck you bleed that long, you still living, bitch. You a vampire. That's why they call them pad always, bitch, because you always bleed. I don't talk about sex, man, because first of all, y'all women out here, I don't talk about no sex. I'm 47 years old, some little young girl, 22 years old, gonna try to holler at me the other day. Talking about, what would you do if I gave you all this? I said, disappoint you, bitch, I'm 47 years old. I got asthma and eczema. Like, bro, I can't even pee without farting first. What the fuck you around me for? I'm 47. Get your ass away from me. Talking about, you can be my sugar daddy. I'm like, bitch, I got diabetes. I'm everybody's sugar daddy. Talking about, you can't give me nothing. I can give you an STD. A STD? Some terrible dick. I'm 47 years old. Get away from me. I don't need no girlfriend, bitch. I need a nurse. Get your ass away from me. Y'all ready for the next comment? Let me hear y'all say, oh yeah. I hear y'all say, oh yeah. Y'all in for a treat. This is one of my favorite comics right here from New York, man. This guy been on HBO. He's been on BET. Clap right now. Clap right now. Brooklyn. Laugh at home. Give it up for my man, Kareem Green.
My name is Kareem Green, Mr. Must See, and I'm here at the Laughaholics Comedy Club, and we about to tape this show and do our damn thing.
Hey, 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 hey.
off, DJ. What's up, y'all? All right. This is different. Yeah, this is different, man. I'm used to running from the police, and I just got brought up by the police. This is different. Okay, what was I thinking about? So you know what? So they say Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Don't nobody believe that shit.